Chapter 1132. Chapter 1130. New product launch, but Gooden's generosity and passion left a good impression on Yuan. Every girl, when they were young, would fantasize about their future partner, a tall prince on a white horse, with a good character and a sense of justice. Yuan didn't know what other people thought, but that was what she thought. But a few days ago, Yuan's life was filled with darkness. Her dream was shattered, and she could only follow Fighter Lee for the rest of her life. Yuan didn't think of herself as a beauty, but she was still a conservative girl. Deep in her bones, she wanted to be loyal to one man. So she thought that following Fighter Lee for the rest of her life was enough. But the situation changed. Gooden was like a god descending from the heavens, coming to her side. It was as if he was sent by the heavens, solving all her problems for her. Such a powerful, arrogant Fighter Lee was killed by him with one punch. If Yuan had to choose, she'd naturally fall for a good man like Gooden. He was passionate and full of justice, and he wasn't greedy either. He gave her a sense of security. Unknowingly, Yuan had a good impression of Gooden. The story of a hero saving the beauty was old, but it was a story that never changed. Gooden and Yuan were in this situation. The Xiao family was getting more and more powerful these days, and all the businessmen and rich people were lining up to work with the Xiao family. The Xiao family's position was set in stone, and it was only a matter of time before they became a noble house on the same level as House Yu. The Xiao family's two brothers couldn't stop smiling. It could be said that after old Zhao's death, the two Xiao family brothers were this happy. They didn't have to worry about the Xiao family's future anymore. Although the Xiao family was working for the Hidden House Pai, it didn't matter. Wasn't House Yu also working for the Hidden House Yu? They were both Yu, and they were from the same lineage, but everyone knew what was going on. Second brother, our Xiao family didn't even invest a single cent, and we already have 3 businesses. We're just borrowing our connections and name. It's really worth it. Xiao Ji really liked this kind of investment method, where he could get something for nothing. Yeah. Our Xiao family really got a blessing in disguise. Speaking of which, this matter was caused by sister-in-law, so you should stop scolding her. If it weren't for her, how could our Xiao family be where it is today? Xiao Bin remembered that his brother's attitude towards his sister-in-law was still very bad, and he even took her car keys. The two brothers have been busy with work these days and neglected Go Huli. Now that they calmed down, Xiao Bin realized that all this had something to do with Go Huli. Oh, if that was the case, it did make sense. I'll go see her. Xiao Ji nodded upon hearing Xiao Bin's words. He felt that his brother's words made sense, so he turned around and went upstairs. When the old man passed away, Xiao Bin thought about fighting for the position of the head of Xiao family. But now, although his brother was the head of the house, he couldn't make any decisions. Even things like persuading his sister-in-law had to be decided by Xiao Bin. This made Xiao Bin feel that he was no different from the head of the house. Xiao family's big and small matters were all decided by him. His brother was just a name, so he didn't want to fight for the head of the house. It was good this way. Xiao Ji went upstairs and pushed open Go Huli's door. These 2 days, Xiao Ji didn't sleep on the same bed with Go Huli and forced her to stay in the guest room alone. He didn't give her any face either. Go Huli knew that an important person came to Xiao family, but Xiao Ji didn't tell her the details, so she didn't dare to ask. She stayed in her room and watched TV, not daring to go out. Seeing Xiao Ji push open the door, Go Huli was overjoyed and quickly stood up. Ji bro, you're here. Huli, I've neglected you these past few days, are you mad? Xiao Ji smiled as he looked at Go Huli. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. Go Huli was old and not as young as she used to be, but Xiao Ji was more and more interested. I wouldn't dare. Go Huli jumped and said in fear, I'm a person of fault, Ji bro. I'm happy that you're not blaming me. How could I be mad? Haha, what did you do wrong? You did the right thing. Xiao Ji waved his hand and laughed. You did a series of things, and now it seems like it was really good. If you didn't knock into Uncle Pai, the Hidden House Pai wouldn't have sent a master here, and they wouldn't have been able to cooperate with Xiao family. Xiao family status is higher than a rocket. Go Huli paused, thinking that Xiao Ji was being sarcastic, but his expression didn't seem like it. She said carefully, "Is that so? God is blessing Xiao family, giving us a blessing in disguise." "Yes, that's right," Will said. "God is blessing Xiao family." Xiao Ji laughed. "But now that Xiao family is strong, you don't need to keep a low profile anymore. You need to keep a high profile. That's the only way to show how strong Xiao family is. You need to be arrogant." "I know." Go Huli was overjoyed. Arrogance and acting cool were her favorites, and she was overjoyed when she heard that Xiao Ji really wanted her to go out and act cool. In the blink of an eye, it was the 1st of May. Today was the day of the press conference of Xu Min's medical company. During this period of time, the reputation of the Guan Xu Min Medical Company could be said to be like the sun in the sky, especially after the poisoning incident of the first high school students was solved. People from all walks of life were waiting for the Guan Xu Min Medical Company to launch an amazing product. They had high expectations for the Guan Xu Min Medical Company. Lin, he wasn't attending as a staff member, nor was he attending as a guest. He was keeping a low profile, just like the people who were there to watch the show. Since the conference was held in the open air, Fatty Lai didn't stop the normal people from watching, but he hired professional security to maintain order. Lin Yi, Tang Yun, and Xiao Xiao attended the press conference together. She wanted to join in the fun too, but the miss dragged her to the supermarket to buy the things they needed for the trip. She wasn't too happy, but considering Xiao Xiao's condition, she had no choice but to tolerate it for now. Chapter 1133. Chapter 1131. Trouble again, huh? Sure. Xiao Xiao's idea wasn't bad. Lin, he didn't think that with a big customer like Feng Tianlong, the company's sales would go up another level. One had to know that secret agents were the biggest customers of these injury medicines, and the demand for them was terrifying. Miracle Dr. Guan's injury medicine was different from Dr. Kang's golden creation medicine. Miracle Dr. Guan's injury medicine's formula was normal. It wasn't limited by the raw materials. The production could be expanded infinitely, and so they could have as much as they wanted. Lin, he didn't have to worry about the demand. This type of medicine was different from the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. There was no need to do hunger marketing, and they could just sell it on a large scale. Kong Ming stood in the crowd, coldly watching the bustling scene. He was a little jealous. There were so many reporters here, and many of them were uninvited. Kong Xiaoming didn't like the fact that so many people were paying attention to a newly established company. I'll show you guys later." Kong Ming spat on the ground. His purpose for coming here was to disrupt the product launch of Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company. Although House Kong had started to control the supply channels for the rare materials, and they were willing to pay a high price to buy them back, House Kong felt that Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company should have some in stock, or else they wouldn't have held a product launch. What was the point of launching a product without a product? Has everything been arranged? Kong Ming turned to Wang Shubin and asked. "Don't worry, Master Ming, everything has been arranged. The patients have been found, and the reporters have been arranged." Wang Shubin nodded. "Okay, that's good. Good job." Kong Ming nodded. He was thinking about how he could get the recipe for the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing from Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company. Only then would House Kong soar. At 9 in the morning, Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company's product launch officially began. Guan Xiumin, Fatty Lai, and Kong Xiaobo walked up to the VIP stage and sat down. The crowd erupted into a round of applause. Fuck, Kong Xiaobo is really arrogant. He can actually become a vice president. I'm so angry. Kong Ming cursed unhappily. In his opinion, this cousin of his was simply incompetent. To think that a trash picker like him would have such a day. He'll be busy in a moment. Wang Shubin laughed disapprovingly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the product launch of Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company. I'm the vice president of Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company, Kong Xiaobo. Kong Xiaobo was the one speaking. This was arranged by Fatty Lai to train him. Fatty Lai was used to this kind of scene, and Guan Xiumin, as an authoritative figure in the medical world, had attended all kinds of events. The only one who hadn't experienced it was Kong Xiaobo. Although Kong Xiaobo was nervous, he knew that this was a test for him. So, he had prepared the script for the product launch many days ago. Kong Xiaobo began to introduce the product of this product launch, Miracle Dr. Guan's Injury Medicine. Although everyone had heard about the miraculous effects of this medicine and Dr. Kang's golden creation, when they saw the product launch today, everyone sighed in admiration at the cheap price of Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company's products. Dr. Kang's golden creation cost 299 yuan per bottle, while Miracle Dr. Guan's injury medicine only cost 199 yuan. There was a difference of 100 yuan between the two. To a normal person, this was not a small amount. How many 100 yuan did they earn in a month? So, as long as Miracle Dr. Guan's injury medicine was as good as Miracle Dr. Guan's, everyone would go into the arms of Miracle Dr. Guan's injury medicine. For daily consumables, customers didn't have high loyalty. They would use whoever was cheaper and better, unless they didn't lack money. 199, selling at the cost. Kong Ming was stunned. He didn't expect the price of Miracle Dr. Guan's injury medicine to be so low. Including the cost and distribution fees, there was almost nothing left to be earned. Was Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company trying to destroy the market with a low price? He had to tell his grandfather about this as soon as possible so that he could take countermeasures. So, Kong Ming sent a message to his grandfather and told him the price of Miracle Dr. Guan's injury medicine. Looking at Kong Xiaobo introducing the effects and characteristics of the injury medicine, he nodded slowly. After a period of experience, Kong Xiaobo had matured a lot. At least in terms of business, he was a lot stronger than before. Next, it was time to answer questions from the reporters. Most of the reporters here knew about Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company because of the poisoning incident in Songshan's first school. They had a good impression of this company, so their questions were all positive and not too tricky. However, there were always accidents. There was a reporter who came to the product launch with the attitude of looking for trouble. This person was Ken Lang. Previously, he was hired by Zhao Qibing to ruin Pengzhan Industries and Songshan's first school. In the end, this Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company interfered and ruined his plan. He had been holding a grudge against them for a long time. This time, he was trying to find a way to cause trouble. Coincidentally, a person named Wang Shubing found him and gave him 50,000 yuan to cooperate with him to cause trouble. The dire wolf was even more pleased to accept the offer. This product launch didn't require a reporter's ID, and anyone could enter the venue. It was convenient for Ken Lang, who was a miscellaneous force. When the others were almost done with their questions, Ken Lang raised his hand and asked, "I heard that similar medicines are sold for 299 yuan in the market. Yours is only 199 yuan. Is there a problem? I heard that the cost is more than this." Kong Xiaobo answered a lot of positive questions before, so he let his guard down. When he suddenly heard Ken Lang's words, he suddenly became nervous again. Fortunately, he had rehearsed a similar situation before, so he didn't have any stage fright. He smiled slightly and answered, "May I ask, how do you know that the cost is more than this?" "As far as I know, this is a trade secret. Only the core members of the medical company know about it, right?" Although Kong Xiaobo didn't say it clearly, he had already hinted that Ken Lang was sent by the competitor to look for trouble. He believed that everyone present could understand. Originally, Ken Lang thought that Kong Xiaobo was young and inexperienced, so he was easy to bully. That was why he asked this question. He didn't expect this kid to be so tricky. It made it difficult for him to deal with him. The reporters present looked at Ken Lang with disdain. They wanted to see what he could say. Chapter 1134. The Injured Person. I'm here today to seek justice for the victims. Someone used your medicine, and not only did it not stop the bleeding as you said, it even caused the wound to fester. I've brought him here today, and the purpose is to expose a black-hearted businessman like you in front of everyone. The dire wolf accepted Wang Shubin's money, so naturally, he would follow Wang Shubin's orders. Everyone look at my hand. After using Miracle Dr. Guan's injury medicine, it's completely festered. I almost had my arm amputated. A dark and thin man, standing next to crippled Wolf, suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. He stretched out his hand, wrapped in gauze, and shook it as he shouted at the people present. Wow, it's that serious? The other people who were hired by the dire wolf to pretend to be ordinary people also sighed. It seems like this company is really unreliable. Everyone don't buy it. This kind of thing that hasn't been tested by the market won't work. It's better to buy the more expensive Dr. Kang's Golden Creation Medicine. Yes, this company is really a scam. Another person also said in agreement. Medicine isn't like other things. You can't just use it like that. Another person added. The more people said, the more people who didn't know the truth were misled and started to doubt the products of Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company. Everyone quiet down. Kong Xiaobo wasn't in a hurry at this moment. He smiled and looked at the crowd, then looked at the victim, who raised his hand, and said with concern, "Patient, is your hand okay? If there's a problem, you should go to the hospital as soon as possible. Don't stay here. What if it gets infected?" "What do you mean? Are you chasing me away?" "Everyone look, he's feeling guilty." The person who raised his hand shouted, "I'm just worried about you." Kong Xiaobo waved his hand. "Our Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company is holding a product launch today. The product will only be sold after today. It has never been sold in the market before. May I ask this patient, where did you buy your injury medicine? Could it be some other brand that you remembered wrongly?" Quack. The patient froze and didn't know what to do. He was paid to mess around, and the lines were given to him by the dire wolf. How would he know that Miracle Dr. Guan's medicine hadn't started selling yet? Then where did his injury medicine come from? Could it be that it was stolen from the company? He was not stupid. Naturally, he would not say that. If he said that, not only would he not be able to frame them, but he would also be arrested by them. They could totally say that you stole a test product, not a finished product. I think I remembered wrongly. The patient suddenly blushed and walked away dejectedly. Residual Wolf did not investigate this at all in advance. Today's matter was just his usual way of blackmailing people. How could he know that their medicine had not been on the market yet? It seems that this patient really remembered wrongly. Then let's continue to answer the reporter's questions. Kong Xiaobo smiled and continued. At this time, the people present suddenly realized that this patient was a liar. He was probably not instructed by a competitor, or he was here to extort money. The dire wolf clenched his teeth. He was very angry. Fortunately, he had a second trump card. However, Kong Ming was very angry. He stared at Wang Shubin and said, "You found this person? What the hell?" Not only did he not slander Miracle Dr. Guan, but he also brought trouble to himself. Let people think that there is a problem with our Dr. Kang's medicine. "I'm sorry, Master Ming. This person was found by the dire wolf." "I didn't know." Wang Shubin carefully apologized. "This dire wolf is also an idiot. How did you find someone like him?" Kong Ming said unhappily, "I had no choice. In Songshan, we don't have any connections, and we don't know any reporters. I had to spend a lot of effort to contact this dire wolf online." Wang Shubin said with a bitter smile, "Okay, have we arranged our own people?" Kong Ming waved his hand. Since this matter had nothing to do with Wang Shubin, Kong Ming didn't want to pursue it. "Don't worry, Master Ming. There will be no problem this time." Wang Shubin nodded. I'm sorry. I was also deceived by that person. In our line of work, we like to fight for justice. I am a righteous person, so please forgive me." The dire wolf said with a laugh. "It's okay. A news reporter should have the spirit of doubt." Kong Xiaobo didn't agree with the dire wolf's words, but on the surface, he was magnanimous. I accidentally cut my hand." At this moment, a long-haired, cultured man suddenly exclaimed, "Get out of the way, I'm going to bandage it." As he said this, the man pushed the dire wolf and wanted to walk past him. There's so much blood. You really need to bandage it." The dire wolf was shocked, but he suddenly said, "Oh right, isn't this the conference for Miracle Dr. Guan's injury medicine?" Vice President Kong said that their medicine can stop bleeding immediately. "Why don't you go and apply some?" "Okay." The man nodded gratefully and ran towards the rostrum. "Vice President Kong, can you help me apply some injury medicine?" Kong Xiaobo frowned. Things were obviously out of his expectation. This was something he didn't expect. Although this person's request was simple, it was strange for him to appear at this time, especially since it was related to the dire wolf. Kong Xiaobo couldn't be too careful. What's wrong? Vice President Kong is reluctant to apply it for me. Or are you not confident in your company's medicine? This is a good opportunity to advertise. If your medicine is really good, then wouldn't I be a living advertisement? The man saw Kong Xiaobo hesitating and said immediately, "Hee, then I'll apply some for you." Fatty Lai spoke at this time. He took out a new bottle of Miracle Dr. Guan's injury medicine and opened it. Although Fatty Lai was suspicious of this person's sudden appearance, he still applied the medicine because of his confidence in Lin Yi. Generally speaking, testing medicine on the spot was a marketing trick of the pharmaceutical company. But this person wasn't invited by Fatty Lai, so Fatty Lai was suspicious. Chapter 1135. Why were they in such a hurry to leave? Just when everyone was anticipating, a miracle didn't happen. The man's wound didn't stop bleeding. It was still bleeding profusely. What injury medicine? He's obviously a liar. It's useless. Look at my hand, it's still bleeding. It's not getting any better. The man excitedly raised his bleeding hand and shouted to the people present, "Look, if the medicine they used at the press conference is so ineffective, then what effect can the retail version on the market have?" Although most of the reporters had a good impression of Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company, the truth was right in front of them. The bleeding didn't stop, so they still took pictures of the scene. Fatty Lai was dumbfounded. Why wasn't it working? He had 100% trust in Lin Yi's medicine. Kong Xiaobo didn't know what to do. He had little experience, and now that there was an accident, he didn't know what to do. The long-haired man was still shouting, "What bullsh*! Team Miracle Dr. Guan? Is he a liar? It's not working at all? Look at my hand, it's still bleeding." Just when Kong Xiaobo didn't know what to do, Lin Yi's voice rang in Kong Xiaobo's ears. "This person is a hemophiliac. That's why he's bleeding profusely. It has nothing to do with the injury medicine." In order to prevent any accidents, Kong Xiaobo, Fatty Lai, and Guan Shuamin all wore wireless earphones, so that Lin Yi could give them suggestions at any time. Kong Xiaobo, Fatty Lai, and Guan Shuamin heard it too. Kong Xiaobo and Fatty Lai didn't know much about hemophilia, but Guan Shuamin was a doctor, so naturally he knew about the disease. His eyes lit up after hearing Lin Yi's words. He stood up and said to the long-haired man, "You're a hemophiliac. It's normal for your wound to bleed profusely. Normal medicine won't work on you." Even though he couldn't confirm that this person was a hemophiliac, he trusted Lin Yi. He knew how capable Lin Yi was. That was why he was so sure. Wow. The reporters were in an uproar. They didn't expect this long-haired young man to be a hemophiliac. What kind of person was Xiumin? Songshan's medical authority. If he said it was, then it must be. Some reporters didn't understand what hemophilia was, but it didn't matter. There were people around them who understood. They communicated with each other and understood that hemophiliac's wounds would bleed nonstop. You're talking nonsense. How am I a hemophiliac? Aren't you framing me? What proof do you have? The long-haired young man didn't expect Guan Shuamin to be able to tell that he was a hemophiliac just by looking at him. He panicked, but he didn't have any evidence, so he tried to defend himself. "Speak, who sent you here? What is your motive for coming here?" Fatty Lai also treated Lin Yi's words like an imperial edict. If Lin Yi said this person was sick, then this person must be sick. The medicine doesn't work, so you start framing me? You think I'm a hemophiliac just because you say I'm a hemophiliac? I'd say you're an AIDS patient. The long-haired young man said angrily. Kong Ming, Wang Shubing, and the direwolf didn't expect Guan Shuamin to be able to tell that this long-haired young man was a hemophiliac. This was out of their expectations. This person was hired by them. Wang Shubing had already promised him that as long as he cooperated, they would give him 50,000 yuan as a reward. Hemophilia itself was expensive, and this person only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. He could get 50,000 yuan just by messing around, so why not? Is old man Guan really a miracle doctor? He can even tell that I'm a hemophiliac? This isn't going to be easy. Kong Ming Ming frowned. Don't worry, this person is mentally strong. So what if he can tell? Will Guan Xiumin drag him to do a blood test on the spot? Hemophilia is something that can't be diagnosed with just by looking at it. As long as he refuses to admit it, there won't be a problem. After today's press conference, who can find him? Wang Shubing comforted him. Yes, that makes sense. Kong Ming Ming nodded and felt a little more at ease. At this time, the direwolf spoke again. Everyone in the industry, look at this, these black-hearted businessmen. We should unite and expose them. I've said it before, 199 yuan isn't even enough to cover the cost. As far as I know, the raw materials for this golden creation are very rare, and this price is definitely a loss. Now everyone can see it, right? They must be using shoddy goods to make a profit and leave. The direwolf's words were very provocative, and his people in the crowd also stood up and echoed him, loudly criticizing the irresponsible behavior of Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company. Yeah, I'm going to fight you guys to the death as the victim today. If you don't give me an explanation, this isn't over. The long-haired man saw that everyone was supporting him, and he immediately became confident. You guys have to pay the price for framing me as sick. But at this time, Guan Xiumin showed his calm personality. He was an experienced expert, and naturally, he wouldn't be afraid. He didn't argue, and only looked at the long-haired man and said indifferently, whether you're sick or not, we'll know soon enough. I've already sent your photo to Director Qin of the Songshan First People's Hospital. If you've been treated in Songshan, and there's a medical record, then I believe we'll be able to find out your identity very soon. The long-haired man was stunned, and his face turned a little ugly. Of course, he was a hemophiliac, and he knew this very well. Most importantly, he did receive treatment at the Songshan First People's Hospital. In other words, all the experts in the hematology department at the Songshan First People's Hospital knew him. As long as they took his photo to the experts to identify him, his identity would be revealed. The long-haired man suddenly retreated because his identity was about to be exposed, and he couldn't lie anymore. I still need to go to the hospital to stop the bleeding. I'm not going to waste time with you guys. You guys are all harming people. Don't believe me anymore. The long-haired man was ready to leave, leaving in such a hurry. Fatty Lai saw that the long-haired man was about to leave, and naturally, he didn't want him to leave just like that. Murder for money, my hand is bleeding nonstop, and this black-hearted company's medicine is not only useless, but they also won't let me go to the hospital. Everyone take a look. What kind of company is this? The long-haired man shouted loudly. Chapter 1136. Chapter 1134. Can Lang most of the people there shook their heads after hearing Fatty Lai's words. Who would go to the hospital with a small cut on their hand? At most, they just put a plaster on it. They didn't believe the long-haired man's words anymore. There was definitely something wrong with this person. He swore that he'd fight to the death with the man, and now he was in a hurry to leave after being exposed. You? Why do you care? I've changed my mind. I'll let you go. The long-haired man said as he backed away, ready to leave. Zhang Gongzi, your identity has been verified. You're a hemophiliac patient, and you're currently being treated by Dr. Su at the First People's Hospital. Do you have anything else to say? Guan Xiumin said directly after receiving the information from Dean Xin. That's bullsh**. I don't know anything about the First People's Hospital, and I don't know Dr. Su Xiaohong. Huh? Zhang Gongzi was trying to defend himself, but he stopped halfway through his sentence because he had accidentally let it slip. The guy said it was Dr. Su, but he even said the doctor's name. How do you know Dr. Su's name is Su Xiaohong? I thought you didn't know about the First People's Hospital? Fatty Lai pointed at Zhang Gongzi and shouted, I'm leaving. Zhang Gongzi knew that he'd been exposed, and he didn't dare stay any longer. Boom! The crowd burst into laughter. It was obvious that this Zhang Gongzi was a liar, and he was here to cause trouble on purpose. Once he was exposed, he ran. Many people were embarrassed. They had almost misunderstood Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company. Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company was such a good company. They had helped the society and saved so many poisoned students. Moreover, they did it for free. How could they doubt their reputation and skills? Liar. He's a liar. Everyone, take a picture and expose him. A reporter shouted. That's right. Who called this person over? I think it's in Lang. Another reporter knew Ken Lang, and he pointed at him. That's him, Ken Lang, that black-hearted bastard. Others might not know him, but I know that he's the scum of our industry. Ken Lang? I seem to have heard of him before. He's a guy who specializes in taking bribes to write some defamatory reports. Another person who knew Crippled Wolf also jumped out and pointed at Crippled Wolf and scolded. Crippled Wolf immediately became the target of public criticism. He shrunk his head and did not dare to stay any longer. Together with Zhang Gongzi, he left the press conference dejectedly. Our product is only selling for 199 yuan. Indeed, we might be envied and slandered by some of our peers. But it doesn't matter. Facts and time will prove that our product is the best. Kong Xiaobo finally let out a sigh of relief. This was the first product launch he was hosting. He naturally did not want to mess it up. And now, it seemed that they had successfully passed through. Crippled Wolf was very angry. He was very unwilling in his heart, but there was no other way. He mounted the motorcycle on the roadside and started the car. But just after he took 2 steps forward, there was a loud bang. The motorcycle tire burst, and Crippled Wolf flew out directly. He fell on the roadside, and his teeth fell out. He directly became a miserable wolf. Fuck, why'd the tire burst? Brutal Wolf was a little puzzled as he looked at the motorcycle that had fallen to the side of the road. It was already an unsightly sight. Ha ha ha! Bursts of laughter suddenly came from the crowd at the scene. Deadly Wolf deserved what he got today. Wow. Linny Honey, your trick is pretty good. As expected, when he got on the motorcycle, the tire burst. Xiao Xiao excitedly clenched her fist. Huh. Lin, he smiled as well. Lin, he had noticed that this crippled wolf seemed to be suspicious. He didn't expect him to be such a cunning person. Lin, he thought about it. It seemed that Crippled Wolf was one of the reporters who came to the Songshan First Hospital when the students were poisoned. The first time Direwolf attacked, Xiao Xiao was so pissed that she wanted to mess with him. So Lin, he cooperated and told her where Direwolf's bike was and how to make the bike's tires burst. And so, Xiao Xiao did it. And Crippled Wolf's tire really burst. Although this was nothing compared to the crimes he committed, under the eyes of the public, Lin, he couldn't do anything to him. He could only use some dirty tricks to harm him. Tang Yin looked at Xiao Xiao and Lin Yi. They were really compatible. They even messed with others together. However, Tang Yin wasn't jealous. She was really happy for Xiao Xiao. She could live in happiness in the last moments of her life, and Tang Yin was happy too. If she couldn't get along with Lin Yi, Tang Yin would be worried and sad. This press conference, other than the unexpected appearance of Crippled Wolf, went on smoothly. Kong Xiaobo continued to answer a few questions from the reporters, and the press conference ended smoothly. What kind of bullsh asterisk tea did you find? What the hell did you do? Kong Mingming saw that things were messed up, and he was furious. He started scolding Wang Shubing. The success or failure of this matter was related to his ability and position in the Kong house. He had just gotten Dr. Kang's approval, and he wanted to continue working hard. Who knew that things would go wrong today? Master Ming, I'm sorry. I didn't know things would turn out like this. That Xu Min really knows something. He was able to tell that Zhang Gongzi was a hemophiliac. We didn't expect this. Wang Shubing said bitterly. There was no problem with our plan. It was an accident. That's right. It was an accident. What does it have to do with us? Kong Mingming thought about it and decided to report the truth to his grandpa. After all, it was an accident. Wang Shubin breathed a sigh of relief. Kong Xiaoming finally let it go. Kong Mingming called his grandpa. Hello? Is this grandpa? I'm Xiaoming. Xiaoming, how's it going? Your plan is pretty good. I told your uncle and dad about it, and they all applauded it. Using a hemophiliac to mess things up, this is amazing. Miracle Dr. Kang's laughter came from the other side of the phone. Normal external medicine doesn't even work on hemophiliacs, let alone his injury medicine. Even our golden creation medicine isn't working. Miracle Dr. Kong laughed. Chapter 1137. Just thinking about it is embarrassing. What did you say? The hemophiliac had been seen through by Xiumin? How did he see through it? Dr. Kong was stunned and asked incredulously. People with hemophilia were usually diagnosed after a blood test in a hospital. How could they check it on the spot? This is what happened. Kong Ming didn't dare to hide it. He told his grandfather the details of the matter. After all, there were so many people watching. It would definitely spread. Are you saying that Guan Xiumin knew that Zhang Gongzi was a hemophiliac with just one look? Dr. Kong found it strange. Wasn't this too strange? Guan Xiumin's medical skills are that good? With just a glance, he could tell what illness someone was suffering from. Wasn't this similar to the legendary Bian Ke? Yes, he saw at a glance. Kong Ming said, "Many people here saw it. Forget it. It's not that we miscalculated. It's just that things are unpredictable. Come back first. We'll discuss how to deal a blow to Miracle Dr. Guan's injury medicine." Dr. Kong wasn't too worried about it. Anyway, the Kong family's golden creation was mainly used for military supplies. The civilian market was only a small part of it. Most of the time, it was out of stock. Therefore, Dr. Kong wasn't too concerned about Guan Xiumin taking over the civilian market. Okay, Grandpa. Kong Ming was relieved. As long as Dr. Kong didn't blame him, everything would be fine. Lin Yi saw Kong Ming in the crowd and guessed that he was the one behind all this. However, framing one's opponent in business was a normal thing to do. As long as it didn't cross Lin Yi's bottom line, Lin Yi wouldn't do anything to him. He would only provide some help to Fatty Lai and Kong Xiaobo when necessary. The rest was up to them. Let's go. Lin Yi held Tang Yun with his left hand and Xiao with his right as they left the venue with the crowd. It's already afternoon. I wonder if Ming Yao and Shu have finished shopping? Tang Yun looked at her watch and asked. They agreed to go on a road trip together at night. It should be about time. Have you told your family? Lin Yi asked. Yeah. Tang Yin felt a little embarrassed as she thought about her mother's words. Any other girl's parent would have warned her daughter to be careful when she heard that she was spending the night with a boy. But her own mother, she was telling her not to forget to buy birth control pills. Tang Yin was going crazy just thinking about it. She was still a high schooler. It wasn't uncommon to have sex at this age, but Lin Yi was in a top high school, and Tang Yin was a conservative person. How could something like that happen so early? However, Tang Yin couldn't tell her mother about this. She could only nod obediently. Lin Yi saw that Tang Yin's expression wasn't normal and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Ani doesn't agree. No, it's nothing. She's been thinking about moving to a new house these few days. She doesn't have time to care about me, Tang Yun said randomly. Oh, Lin Yi didn't ask after seeing that Tang Yun didn't want to talk about it. Today, Lin Yi drove Xiao's Land Rover. The car had been repaired, and this type of off-road vehicle was perfect for a road trip. As for the 2B945 license plate, it was found to be fake. They couldn't find the invoice for the car, but with Tianlong's help, the 4S shop made up a new one, putting Xiao's TT00 license plate on the Land Rover. Xiao, your body isn't suitable for this car. Tang Yun felt that the Land Rover was too big, and it didn't match Xiao's petite body. Yeah. Linny honey, how about I give his car to you? I'll buy another one. Xiao felt the same way, too. Her body didn't really match the car. Yesterday at school, some hooligans were teasing me, calling me a Land Rover girl. I ran into them and scared the shit out of them. When I was out, they were still playing in the mud. Linny couldn't help but smile, but Xiao was right. She used to be a hooligan girl, and it was only after getting together with him that she became a lot more obedient. Xiao's words surprised Tang Yun. She didn't expect Xiao to be this fierce. If it were her, she wouldn't dare do something like that. Linny drove back to the villa with Tang Yun and Xiao. Yushu's Beetle was already parked in the yard. It seemed like they'd come back from the supermarket. Lin Yi had just parked the car when Meng Yao and Yushu came out of the villa. They must have heard the car and knew that Lin Yi was back. The two were dressed very youthful and sunny, a bit like beach wear, but not revealing. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. The Miss and Shu were natural beauties. no less than Tang Yun and Xiao Xiao. You guys ready? Lin, he asked with a smile. Yeah, Yao Yao and I bought 2 carts of stuff, and we didn't finish the whole thing, so we went again, Yushu said excitedly. How much stuff did you guys buy? We're only going for 1 day and 1 night. You don't need that much, do you? Linny said, shocked. Hee, it's not easy to go out and play. Of course we have to prepare everything first. Yushu smiled. Shield bro, come help me move the stuff to your car. It's big. It should be able to fit everything. Lin followed Yushu to move the stuff, and Tang Yun and Xiao Xiao wanted help as well, but the mist stopped them. Why don't you guys take a shower here and change your clothes first? We'll go in fresh clothes later. Tang Yun didn't have any good clothes, and while her family situation had improved a lot, she didn't spend her money on luxurious clothes. She wore her school uniform every day, so there was no point in buying clothes. Today, she only wore a normal shirt and a pair of jeans for the product launch. Compared to Ming Yao, it was a lot more normal. I didn't bring a change of clothes. Tang Yun was a little tempted. It wasn't convenient to take a shower in the hospital, and while there was hot water, it wasn't her house, and her parents were there. Tang Yun was a little embarrassed. Chapter 1138. Tang Yun's inferiority. Complex Tang Yun couldn't accept Ming Yao's change. She had always treated Ming Yao as her rival in love, and she was always on guard against her. Even if Ming Yao got closer to her recently, she still didn't let her guard down. Tang Yun was a kind person, and she was afraid that Ming Yao had ulterior motives for being nice to her. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to resist when they fought for Lin Yi. But Tang Yun was afraid that she was overthinking it. What if Ming Yao didn't mean it that way, and she just wanted to be friends with her? Of course not. Tang Yun shook her head. How could she reject Ming Yao when she said it like that? Lin Yi came to the beetle and saw that it was filled with all kinds of things. Some were in bags, and some were in boxes. There were a lot of things. What are these? Lin Yi pointed at a bag and asked curiously. Face masks, Yushu said. Huh? Face masks? Lin Yi's eyes widened. The internet said that the wind is strong at night, so in order to protect the skin, we need to use face masks, Yushu said. Lin Yi was speechless, but he didn't say anything else. If Yushu said it was useful, then so be it. With the space of the rover, it was more than enough to store all these things. Lin Yi began to move the things out one by one and put them into the rover's trunk. Tang Yun looked at the bathroom, the luxurious marble floor, the exquisite white bathtub, and all kinds of unknown skincare products. Tang Yun couldn't help but sigh. She thought that her new house was good enough, but when she came to the villa, she realized that her house was just ordinary. But these bottles and cans of high-end products, only a rich young miss like Meng Yao could afford them. Tang Yun couldn't help but worry. Although she was invincible now, what about in the future? In another 10 or 20 years, his skin wouldn't be as good as Ming Yao's and Shu's. They'd been taking care of their skin for a long time, and he'd lost at the starting line. However, with Tang Yun's current family situation, they couldn't afford these things. Tang Yun sighed. This was the first time she felt the importance of money. Although she didn't have money before, she didn't have such a strong feeling. The bathtub was very clean, and it was obvious that only Ming Yao and Yushu had used it before. Tang Yun didn't mind since they were both clean people. It was good enough that they didn't mind her. She turned on the hot water and laid in the bathtub. She was going to university soon, and she couldn't just study like she did in high school. She had to become someone useful to Lin Yi. At the very least, she had to find a part-time job in his company. Not only could she earn some money, but she could also help Lin Yi take care of some things. Xiao Xiao had just showered in the morning. She lived alone, and it was very convenient for her to shower. She went back to the yard to help Lin Yi load the car after helping Tang Yun out. There were a lot of things, but with the 4 of them working together, it didn't take long to load everything onto the rover. There was a Ferrari parked not far from the villa, and Jiang Wen and Tai Zhao were sitting inside. This Lin Yi guy, he's really enjoying the life of 2 women. He's got 4 beauties by his side. Jiang Wen said sourly as he looked at the yard. Yushu's a troublemaker. It's fine if you don't want her, but if you marry her when bro, You'll be screwed over by her. Tai Zhao comforted. You're right. That girl's too ferocious. I can't handle her. Her life might be in danger if I bring her back. Zhang Wen nodded. Right? Did you buy the things you need? We'll try to impress Meng Yao when we get to the beach. I've already told Yang Ganglu to buy it. Don't worry, he's very smart. Tai Zhao said. Lin Yi, naturally, saw Zhang Wen's Ferrari by the roadside. He found it funny. Driving a sports car to the beach? Was he sick? Could the chassis of that car even drive to the beach? But Lin Yi wasn't that nice to remind them. Meng Yao, Yu Shu, and Xiao Xiao went back to the living room to wait for Tang Yun. Lin Yi followed them to watch TV in the living room. Not long after he sat down, his phone came in. It was Fatty Lai. Hello, Fatty Lai. Is the conference over? Lin Yi asked. Boss, it's over. Don't worry, Fatty Lai said. It's all thanks to you seeing through Zhang Gongzi's problem. Otherwise, the conference would have been in trouble. Did you find out who sent them? Lin Yi knew who the mastermind was, but Lin Yi didn't want to waste too much time on the company. After this, Lin Yi planned to let Fatty Lai and Kong Xiaobo handle it. There's some clues. It's probably sent by our competitor, Dr. Kang's medical company. According to our employees, someone recognized Dr. Kang's grandson, Kong Ming, at the conference and met with Direwolf. Fatty Lai said, Then what do you want to do? Lin Yi asked back. Boss, our current strength isn't enough for us to take revenge on Miracle Dr. Kang's medical company, and we don't have the energy to do so. What I'm saying is that we should write this down and talk about it in the future. Fatty Lai said carefully. Okay, we'll do as you say. Lin Yi felt that Fatty Lai's idea was right. The company had just been established, and they didn't have the time to fight with competitors. If they had the time, they might as well spend it on marketing. Okay. Fatty Lai sighed in relief and smiled bitterly. Boss, there's one more thing. After the conference, the orders we received were much bigger than we expected. It's very different from what we expected. At first, we only planned to sell the goods in the province and also in the neighboring provinces. But all the large pharmacies and hospitals in the country contacted us, preparing to place orders. I think it's the effect of the auction. Oh. Isn't that a good thing? Lin Yi didn't expect the injury medicine to be so popular. Lin Yi thought that the Songshan First School's poisoning incident would only affect the province, and the initial orders wouldn't be that big. It's a good thing, but first of all, our production is limited. The factory and equipment can only supply 2 to 3 provinces, and that's the initial supply. If the market responds well, the distributors will increase their orders, and our production will be severely lacking. Fatty Lai explained. Chapter 1139. Won't let you suffer. Secondly, our sales network is not good. My trading company only has corresponding trading companies in the province and neighboring provinces. My initial plan was to slowly expand outwards and steadily expand the scope of business and sales, but the current situation has exceeded our expectations. Then what should we do? Lin Yi asked. He didn't know much about business. He could deal with competitors, but sales was a far cry. First, we need to expand our production and find a way to get loans to repair our factories, Fatty Lai said. Second, we need to expand our sales channels and set up branches in major cities, but that requires a lot of capital and management problems. If we set up multiple branches at once, the management system won't be able to keep up and will end up in chaos. Oh, can't we just send the goods directly from the headquarters without setting up branches? Lin Yi asked. Yes, but the consequences might be even more serious. Without a local branch to coordinate and supervise, there might be random price increases, random price reductions, hoarding, trading, etc. It'll have a huge impact on our company's reputation. Fatty Lai knew the consequences very well, so he was very worried. I say, Fatty Lai, you know I'm not good at business. Why are you asking me? Just tell me if you have any good suggestions. Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you trying to scare me? My suggestion is to work with a company with a complete sales channel, but this company must be reliable and trustworthy. Otherwise, if our sales channel is in their hands, they might take over and take over. That's not something we want to see, Fatty Lai said. All right, We'll do as you say. Lenny nodded. But, boss, I haven't thought about the company yet. The business world is like a battlefield. How can there be friends forever? Fatty Lie smiled bitterly. I can't think of a suitable one at the moment. That's why I called you to discuss it, boss. Let me see. Lin, he smiled bitterly. Lin, he only knew a limited number of entrepreneurs. Other than Pingzhan, there weren't any other companies in Songshan that he was friendly with. All right, I'll think about the loan and funding first. Fatty Lie was just asking. If Lin he really didn't have a solution, he'd have to use the contract to control the sales company. However, this kind of mutual suspicion of cooperation was not a long-term solution. It could not achieve the greatest win-win situation. Not long after Lin he hung up, his phone rang again. Lin he thought it was Fatty Lie or Kong Xiaobo, so he picked up without thinking. Hello. Miracle Dr. Lin? I'm Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi's deep voice came from the other side of the phone. Oh, Mr. Lu? Hello. Lin, he was curious why Lu Tianyi would call him at this time. Lin, he had a good impression of Lu Tianyi, especially when he lent money to him without hesitation. This made Lin feel that Lu Tianyi was a good person, so he recognized him as a friend. Miracle Dr. Lin, I heard that your company will be releasing a new product today. Congratulations. Lu Tianyi smiled. I've sent a small gift, a check, and a red envelope to your company. Oh, thank you so much. Lin he didn't expect Lu Tianyi to send a gift. Lin he was a little surprised, but since Lu Tianyi was showing his goodwill, Lin he didn't need to slap him in the face. He accepted it with a smile. Thank you. I wanted to come personally to congratulate you, but considering that it's a new product launch and not an opening ceremony, I didn't go. Lu Tianyi said carefully. Lu Tianyi, Lu Tianli, and the old man had discussed for a long time about whether or not House Lu should send someone to attend the launch. In the end, it was Lu Jinghan who suggested not to attend, but to give a red envelope. That got the old man's approval. After all, House Lu wanted to get on Lin Yi's good side and build a long-term friendship with Lin Yi. They were planning to give House Lu's business channels to Lin Yi for free. If they showed up at the auction, it would look like they were too proactive, as if they were planning something. That wouldn't be good. After all, Lin Yi hadn't agreed to House Lu's business channels yet. From the looks of it, Lin Yi was quite happy with House Lu's red envelope. Lu Tianyi, on the other hand, let out a breath of relief. It's good that the thought is there. Lin Yi smiled. All right, Mr. Lu, I have something to ask you. Please go ahead, Miracle Dr. Lin. What's there to ask? I'll tell you everything you want to know. Lu Tianyi said quickly. It's like this. My medicine company wants to set up some branches and sales channels all over the country, but our main focus is on expanding the factory and increasing production. We don't have the time to set up sales channels. I want to find a reliable partner to be in charge of sales. Lin Yi told Lu Tianyi about Fatty Lie's suggestion. Lu Tianyi definitely had more contacts than Lin Yi. Oh, you want to find a partner to be in charge of sales channels? Lu Tianyi was surprised and happy. House Lu had the same idea. They didn't know how to ask Lin Yi, but Lin Yi made this request first. How could Lu Tianyi not be happy? Lu Tianyi quickly said after the surprise, Miracle Dr. Lin, House Lu is a business family. If you don't mind, we can let you use our channels for free. And the management side can be managed by your side. We don't participate in the decision-making, only the operations. We won't take a single cent of the profits, but you'll have to take care of the staff's expenses. Ha! Mr. Lu, are you serious? Lu Tianyi's words surprised Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't expect Lu Tianyi to recommend himself and give such a good deal. Not only did it dispel Fatty Lie's worries, House Lu didn't want a single cent of the profits. Of course, Lin Yi understood Lin Yi's intentions. House Lu probably saw his potential and wanted to use this opportunity to get on his good side. Of course I'm serious. Lu Tianyi smiled. Miracle Dr. Lin, when have I ever joked? I really want to do something for you. Lu Tianyi, maybe a small fry in your eyes, but I, Lu Tianyi, truly see you as a friend and savior. Chapter 1140. Behind the scenes Lu Tianyi couldn't be any more excited. That was the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. One pill was worth 3 to 400 million. There was also the special edition injury medicine, and that was only the second of it. For what Lenny said, he'd be giving him other pills as well. This was a great deal. These were all priceless items that other noble houses couldn't even get their hands on. But House Liu had it all. It was worth it. His niece's suggestion was great. Being a follower was amazing. No wonder Fatty Lai was so arrogant. There were so many benefits. Miracle Dr. Lin, I won't decline then. You can use our Liu family's resources as you please. Liu Qianni took a deep breath and forced himself to be calm. He was really too happy. All right then, you contact Fatty Lai and discuss the specifics. I'm just a boss who doesn't have to do anything. I don't know much about these things. Lin Yi smiled. As for Liu Qianni, Lin Yi was still in the testing phase. He couldn't trust him as much as Fatty Lai, so he only gave him some benefits. If he really wanted to follow him wholeheartedly, then Lin Yi wouldn't mind giving him more benefits. Liu Qianni hung up and let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed that Lin Yi had a good impression of House Liu, and he was slowly accepting him. Jing'an had suggested that House Liu be under Lin Yi's wing and become Lin Yi's follower. Liu Qianni had agreed, but that was for the sake of the big picture. He couldn't accept it from a personal point of view. But now, Liu Qianni truly felt that this follower was a great person. He could get those supreme grade pills right from the start. Wouldn't he be able to get even better things in the future? Big brother, why don't you take the opportunity to raise a few conditions? When Liu Qianni made the call, everyone from House Liu was listening. Tianli heard what Liu Qianni said as well. He didn't understand why Liu Qianni didn't increase the price when Lin Yi asked for a business partner. Why did he suggest it for free? Wasn't that stupid? If the Liu family was in a hurry to find Lin Yi to be the sales agent, then the Liu family would suffer a little loss. The problem now was that Lin Yi took the initiative to find a business partner. Then why would the Liu family suffer a loss? Conditions? What are your conditions? Seeing that his brother was so short-sighted, Liu Qianni decided to hide Lin Yi's report and asked, pretending to be ignorant. Big brother, if our Liu family had taken the initiative to ask Lin Yi to be the sales agent, then it wouldn't be a big deal for us to suffer a little loss. But the problem now is that Lin Yi took the initiative to look for us. Why would we take the loss and not ask for anything in return? Tianli frowned. Big brother, your brain really isn't suited for business. Huh? Zhenu started laughing as he looked at his granddaughter, Liu Jinghan. Jing, tell me, between your uncle and your father, who's right? Dad, uncle really isn't suited for business. Jing'an's words made Tianli smile. His daughter was still on his side, but hearing the second half of her sentence, Tianli's face changed. But Dad, your brain is only suited for pure business. What do you mean? Tianli frowned. He didn't quite understand what his daughter meant, but he knew that it wasn't anything good. Jing is right. Tianli, you're only suited for pure business. Jinhu smiled. As far as you're concerned, from a business perspective, our Liu family has taken a loss this time. But from a long-term emotional investment, our Liu family has gained Lin Yi's approval. That, Tianli hesitated. He couldn't deny that his father was right, but his vision was still limited to a normal businessman, not a successful entrepreneur. Plus, I'm guessing that Lin Yi must have given us some benefits. Am I right, uncle? Jing'an's eyes turned to Liu Qianni. Haha, Jing is very smart. That's right, Lin Yi did give us some benefits. Liu Qianni smiled. He didn't expect his niece to hit the nail on the head. Big brother, Lin Yi gave us benefits? Then why didn't you say anything? Tianli paused. Big brother, what did Lin Yi promise us? Lin Yi promised us some pills every year in return, including the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing and the special edition injury medicine. Do you think House Liu got anything in return this time? Liu Qianni smiled. Pill of life extension and toxin cleansing? Just this one pill is enough for us to pay the price. And every year at that. This is so worth it. It's even better than the channel fees. Tianli smiled brightly upon hearing Liu Qianni's words. The pill of life extension and toxin cleansing was a priceless item, and House Liu could get one every year. Wasn't that too awesome? If they couldn't use it themselves, They could sell it to a noble house they were on good terms with, and that would be their bargaining chip. Tianli nodded deeply at the thought. Big brother, you're the best. Linny wouldn't have agreed to our benefits if we'd taken the chance to ask for something this time. Tianli, you're actually quite a talented person in the family business, but if we want to push House Lu to the top, we still have to rely on Jing Jing. It's just that. Jing Jing will have to get married sooner or later. Lu Tianli sighed. Boys and girls were the same for normal families, but for noble houses, they placed more emphasis on boys. After all, only boys could carry on the family line, and the noble house wouldn't change its surname. Girls, on the other hand, were different. After they got married, their children would have to follow a different surname unless they married into the family. I'm not getting married. I want to stay by Grandpa's side, Jinghan said, a little embarrassed. Girls have to get married eventually. How can they not get married? Tianli glared at his daughter. Although his daughter not getting married would maximize House Lu's benefits, watching his daughter grow old alone wasn't what a father wanted. Jinghan stuck out her tongue, revealing the weird side of a little girl. She was just a kid, after all. She was good at business, and she was smart, too, but she was still young. She liked things that normal girls liked. I think we should let Jing Jing be in charge of the collaboration with Lin Yi this time. Lu Tianli was afraid that his brother's mind would go haywire again, and if he offended Lin Yi, it wouldn't be worth it. Chapter 1141. Chapter 1139. Sorry, back when Lu Jinghan helped Tianli manage the company, she was always behind the scenes. Everyone thought that it was because of Tianli, but not many people knew that it was because of Lu Jinghan. Of course, those noble houses knew about this. That's good. Tianli, be careful. Don't offend Lin Yi. Jinhu said, Jing Jing won't show up now, but she might be useful in the future. Lu Jinghan's face reddened slightly. Her grandpa's words told her that her thoughts were seen through. Indeed, she wanted to approach Lin Yi with another identity because she was curious about Lin Yi. She wanted to get to know him privately and see what kind of person he was. Lu Jinghan was very confused. How did this person survive until now? House Yu, House Zhao, and House Pai, all three hidden noble houses were offended, and yet Lin Yi was still alive and kicking. This was the first person of the opposite sex that Lu Jinghan was curious about. Lu Jinghan was a smart girl. Naturally, she wouldn't pay attention to normal people, but Lin Yi did pique her interest. Of course, this interest didn't mean that she liked Lin Yi. Jinghan was just curious about him. Tianli didn't understand what his father meant. He thought that his father wanted to use his daughter as a trump card, pushing her out at a critical moment. Lu Tianli, on the other hand, was deep in thought as he looked at his niece. She was growing up to be one of the top beauties in the noble houses. Although Lu Tianli thought of something, he didn't say anything in the end. There were some things that the old man would naturally plan. He didn't need to say anything. Sometimes the old man and Lu Jinghan understood things better than Lu Tianli. Lin Yi hung up the call with Lu Tianli. He was about to call Fatty Lai and tell him about this, but when he turned around, he saw Tang Yin walking down the stairs with only a towel wrapped around her. Yeah, where are my clothes? Tang Yin was upstairs, and after taking a shower, she realized that Meng Yao and Yushu weren't there. Meng Yao didn't prepare any clothes for her to change into, and she couldn't just go through their wardrobes. She thought that Lin Yi was moving things outside, and there were only girls in the villa, so a towel wouldn't matter, but she didn't expect Lin Yi to be here as well. Tang Yin was standing on the stairs with nothing on, only a towel. From Lin Yi's angle, he could see everything under Tang Yin's body. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel his breath quicken. When he was with Tang Yin, the most intimate thing they did was to hold hands and kiss her cheeks. But now that he saw Tang Yin naked, his heart started beating faster. Tang Yin came downstairs and saw Lin Yi's weird expression. She followed his gaze and blushed. She panicked and screamed. She turned around and wanted to run upstairs, but in her haste, she stepped on the towel and dropped it. Tang Yin was in a vacuum. Lin Yi didn't know what was going on, but he didn't know what was going on. Tang Yin didn't know what was going on. Wow, Tang Yin sis is so fierce. don't tell me you want to play 5P with us. Yushu's eyes widened as she looked at Tang Yun's bare chest, and then looked at herself. She muttered to herself, and it's still not as big as mine, but it's bigger than Yao Yao's sis. Tang Yun was already embarrassed enough, and after hearing Yushu's words, she felt even more embarrassed. She wanted to bend down to pick up the towel, but the moment she bent down, her whole body froze. She was thinking that if she bent down with her back facing Lin, wouldn't her but be facing Lin? Didn't that mean that he had seen everything? Thinking of this, Tang Yun was even more embarrassed, and her hand stopped picking up the towel. She wanted to rush upstairs to avoid any more embarrassment. But the more she wanted to run up, the more problems occurred in her panic. She stepped on the towel again, and her body tilted, sliding down the stairs. Dash, Tang Yun screamed. She didn't think that she would be so unlucky, slipping down again. This was bad. If she fell down, even if her bones weren't broken, her body would be bruised. Tang Yun closed her eyes and didn't dare to open them again. Everything happened in a split second. Although Lin Yi's heart was racing, he reacted the moment he saw Tang Yun fall down. He quickly ran up the stairs and caught Tang Yun. Oh, Shield Bro is so amazing. I don't have to worry about falling down the stairs anymore. Yushu clapped. Meng Yao didn't know what to say, but Yushu was telling the truth. There was one time before Lin Yi came, when Yushu was showering upstairs when a cartoon came on. Meng Yao called her over to watch it, and Yushu didn't even wipe herself clean before running downstairs. She fell down the stairs, her butt swollen up, and she only went to school after a couple of days of lying in bed at home. Yushu's face was swollen. Tang Yun thought that she would fall down for sure, but Lin Yi caught her at the critical moment. Tang Yun was both embarrassed and happy. Embarrassed that she wasn't wearing anything, and she was still naked. Happy that Lin Yi caught her. Meng Yao and Xiao Xiao both breathed out in relief. They were about to leave, and they didn't want anything to happen to Tang Yun. Meng Yao respected Tang Yun's love for Lin Yi, as well as her generosity in accepting Xiao Xiao. She felt that it was too petty of her to be enemies with Tang Yun, and so she started to worry about Tang Yun. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, had been extremely grateful to Tang Yun ever since she accepted her. Naturally, she didn't want anything to happen to her. Yushu, on the other hand, looked at Tang Yun in Lin Yi's arms and asked with a sly smile, Tang Yun sis, does it feel good to have Shield Bro touch your boobs? Tang Yun froze. She realized that Lin Yi's hand was on her chest. She struggled subconsciously, trying to get Lin Yi to let go of her. Lin Yi, on the other hand, realized that he was holding something soft in his hand. He didn't realize it in his rush. Lin Yi regretted it. He would have touched it properly if he knew this was going to happen. He didn't feel anything yet, so he had to let go. Lin Yi laughed dryly and let go, putting Tang Yun on the sofa. He said awkwardly, I'm sorry, I didn't notice in the rush. Yao Yao, get some clothes for Tang Yun. I'll turn around first. Chapter 1142. Humbly asking for advice. Yao Yao, where's my clothes? Tang Yun let out a breath of relief when she saw Lin Yi turn around. She didn't mind Lin Yi looking at her, but not in a situation like this. She was naked in front of Meng Yao, Yushu, and Xiao Xiao. She'd rather die of embarrassment than let Lin Yi see her naked body. Tang Yun sis, why are you so shy? Don't you do it with Shield Bro all the time? Yushu didn't let it go as she giggled. Tang Yun almost died of embarrassment when she heard Yushu's words. She didn't think that she would let Yushu use it as an excuse when she was arguing with Meng Yao. Meng Yao smiled when she saw Tang Yun's face turn as red as an apple. It seemed like there really wasn't anything going on between her and Lin Yi. At the very least, their relationship was similar to hers and Shu's. With that thought, Meng Yao couldn't help but feel relieved. She scolded Shu. Shu, don't cause trouble here. I'll tear your mouth apart if you talk nonsense again. Oh, Yushu subconsciously touched her mouth, not daring to talk nonsense anymore. She turned to Lin Yi. Shield Bro, did you feel good touching me just now? Tang Yun had just breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Yushu's words. She was about to stand up and get dressed with Meng Yao when she heard Yushu's words. She almost tripped and fell to the ground. Lin Yi had just let out a breath of relief when Yushu came over to ask him a question like this. He felt a little awkward. I don't know, Lin Yi said, not in a good mood. Then compared to mine, which one feels better? Yushu continued. Wah. Lin Yi's eyes went wide, shocked. Compared to hers? When did he touch her? He couldn't just say things like that. He subconsciously turned around and glanced at Tang Yun from the corner of his eye. As for Tang Yun, she heard Yushu's words and subconsciously slowed down to look at Lin Yi's direction. Their eyes met, and Tang Yun was instantly embarrassed. She hadn't put on her clothes yet, and she was standing in the living room naked. Meng Yao couldn't stand it anymore. Shu, stop it. Oh. Yushu finally shut her mouth, a little unwilling to give up. Tang Yun sighed in relief after she went upstairs. She patted her chest. This day, I was scared to death. Shu is just like that. Don't take it to heart. You'll get used to it. She's not a bad person, and she likes to joke around with people. Actually, she always teases me in front of Lin Yi. Meng Yao smiled as she looked at Tang Yun's breasts. They were indeed much bigger than hers. She didn't remember Tang Yun being this big before. Meng Yao felt a little envious at the thought. And I know she's not a bad person. Tang Yun nodded. She's quite cute. Meng Yao opened the wardrobe after entering the changing room. She turned to Tang Yun. You can choose any one of them. I'll go get your underwear. Ah, so many. Tang Yun felt dizzy. The wardrobe was filled with all kinds of clothes. Tang Yun never thought that a girl could have so many beautiful clothes. She was like a princess in a fairy tale. Tang Yun, what cup size bra do you wear? Underwear and underwear were the same, but the size of the bra was different. Meng Yao asked when she got the bra. I wear D cup, Tang Yun said embarrassedly. Mine is only B. You probably won't be able to wear it. Meng Yao looked at Tang Yun's breasts enviously. I don't remember you being this big before. Tang Yun blushed. She wasn't this big before, but it was barely AC. She saw that Shu's breasts were bigger, so she started drinking papaya milk every day. She also massaged her breasts, and that's how they got bigger. She was at the age of puberty, so it wasn't strange for her to get this effect so quickly. Why are they so big now? Meng Yao couldn't help but ask. I don't remember. They were this big before. Tang Yun was startled. She didn't expect Meng Yao to see through her. She felt a little embarrassed. She stuttered. I was shocked by you and Shu last time, so I drank papaya milk every day and massaged them. They really got bigger. Ugh. Is this really effective? Meng Yao's heart skipped a beat. And it's effective. Tang Yun saw through Meng Yao's thoughts. She blushed. You could try. Meng Yao didn't hide it anymore. Tang Yun saw through her thoughts. Then, I'll try as well, but why should I wear a bra now? Tang Yun was a little speechless. She couldn't just stand there naked all the time. Could she? Shoes won't work either. She's at least FG. Meng Yao said hatefully. Why don't you wear the one from before? I left it in the washing machine. I'll go get it for you. And Tang Yun nodded. She quickly put on her underwear. At least she wasn't completely naked. It gave her some sense of security. Meng Yao took Tang Yun's old bra back and gave it to Tang Yun. After Tang Yun put on, she started helping Tang Yun choose her clothes. Tang Yun was very shy at first, but under Meng Yao's instigation, Tang Yun tried on the clothes one after the other. Lin Yi waited until Tang Yun went upstairs before turning around to see Yushu and Xiao Xiao tiptoeing up the stairs. He immediately stopped them. Stop messing around and sit down. Otherwise, I won't bring you guys later. Oh, Yushu wanted to go upstairs to watch the show, but Lin Yi caught her. She had to give up. Xiao Xiao was going to watch the show with Yushu anyway. It was fine if she didn't go. After a while, footsteps came from the stairs. Everyone looked up to see Tang Yun and Meng Yao coming downstairs. Tang Yun was wearing a bright yellow t-shirt that was tied up at the waist. She had on a pair of shorts, and she had a pair of sunglasses on. She did look like a beach girl. She looked pretty much the same as Meng Yao and Yushu. Lin Yi knew that Tang Yun wasn't any worse than Meng Yao and Yushu, but Lin Yi's eyes still lit up when she dressed up. What do you think, Lin Yi? Tang Yun is pretty, right? Meng Yao was a little pleased. This was her masterpiece. Chapter 1143. The car leaks. As long as they didn't fight, Lin Yi would be able to continue living in the villa peacefully. As for his relationship with the Miss and Shu, Lin Yi hadn't considered it yet. He just let it be. Lin Yi didn't know if he was still their follower and bodyguard. If he remembered correctly, Lin Yi had already resigned from Pengzhang last time, and the only reason he was staying was because of a promise he'd made to Yu Shu, more or less, as a friend. Why are you thanking me? I have more clothes than I can wear anyways. Let's all wear them together in the future, or it'll be a waste. Meng Yao said faintly. Lin Yi smiled. The Miss was always like that. She was nice to people, but she didn't care. She was helping people, but she didn't care. It was quite interesting. Let's go then. I can't wait. Xiao Xiao said anxiously. Yeah, let's go. Lin Yi nodded. The five of them left the villa, and Meng Yao told General Wei Wu to look after the place before locking the door. As for who should sit in the front passenger seat, the Miss Shu and Tang Yin tacitly gave it to Xiao Xiao. They knew Xiao Xiao's situation very well, and this trip was to fulfill one of Xiao Xiao's wishes, so their goal was to make Xiao Xiao happy. Even Shu didn't want to fight with her over it. Lin Yi's Rover drove in front, and Jiang Wen's Ferrari followed behind. At the back was Gong Lu's Audi Q7. They didn't avoid it, following behind as if they were really in the same car. Yao Yao, Jiang Wen's car is following us. You should look behind, and said to Meng Yao. I see them. Let them be. The Miss frowned and didn't say anything. Lin Yi, honey, pick the dirt road later. If they drive a sports car, we'll kill them. Xiao Xiao humphed. I was just about to say it. Yushu said. Lin Yi smiled, turned the steering wheel, and picked the worst dirt road in Songshan that led to the beach. There were very few cars on this road. Only agricultural vehicles would use this road to sell vegetables in the morning and evening. The rest of the vehicles were cargo vehicles that were not allowed to use the main road. This road was the kind that would become a road if it was used too much. There was no official maintenance, so naturally, the road condition was very bad. This wasn't a problem for an off-road vehicle like the Rover, but for Jiang Wen's sports car, it was a bit of a struggle. Big brother, why is this road so bad? I can't keep up. Tai Zhao complained to Jiang Wen as the road got more and more difficult. I'll let you drive if the road is bad. If the road is good, I'll drive it myself. Weren't you the king of Songshan's underground racetrack? Why are you dropping the ball now? Jiang Wen glared at him. Hurry up, don't lose them. This is a golden opportunity for me to hit on girls. Don't let it go to waste. Yes. Tai Zhao had no choice but to keep driving. The road was really hard, even harder for a sports car. They're still following us. Xiao Xiao was a bit surprised. How was Jiang Wen still able to keep up at this speed? That driver, Tai Zhao, is probably a master. He's picking the smooth roads to drive in an S shape, so he should be able to keep up for now. Lin Yi had been observing the cars behind them. Tai Zhao was barely able to keep up, but it was very hard for him. Gotcha. Tai Zhao stopped the car with a bitter look on his face. And bro, it's bad. The undercarriage scraped. I think something's broken. Can't you watch your car? Did you not wear your eyes? Jiang Wen was furious when he heard that the car was broken. If the car broke down at this time, wouldn't that be cheating? It's good enough that we can drive this far on this kind of road. The undercarriage is too low. Tai Zhao smiled bitterly. Why didn't you say so earlier? What do we do now? Jiang Wen didn't really care about the car. A sports car was nothing to someone like him who made money every day. It'd be troublesome if the trip was delayed. Why don't we take Gong Lu's Q7 and let him wait for the tow truck? Tai Zhao suggested. All right, it's settled then. Jiang Wen said as he got off the car. Tai Zhao told Gang Lu about it. And naturally, Gang Lu stayed behind to wait for the tow truck, giving the Q7 to Jiang Wen and Tai Zhao. This Jeep is really different. Jiang Wen sat in the Audi Q7, feeling much more comfortable now. He'd almost died from the bumps earlier. They changed cars. Lin Yi knew that Jiang Wen wouldn't give up so easily, so he wasn't too surprised. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, was a little disappointed. She wanted to mess with Jiang Wen and Tai Zhao, at least make them fall over. This was just the beginning. The road ahead was going to be tough. She didn't expect them to change cars in time. Whatever, let's just follow them. We'll mess with them later. We'll kill them, Xiao Xiao said with gritted teeth. Meng Yao suddenly realized that having an idiot like Jiang Wen following them was quite an interesting thing. At least they wouldn't be lonely on the road. Of course, the prerequisite was that Yu Shu and Xiao Xiao, these two devil incarnate, were there. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know how to deal with him. Songshan's beach area was divided into the beach area and the normal area. The beach area was a relatively safe area, and there were safety nets in the middle of the water preventing the beast from entering the swimming area. This was enough to ensure the safety of the tourists. But this area had the most people, and the water quality was the worst as well. After all, there were people bathing every day, and the water quality wasn't that great. Lenny planned on going to the normal beach area. There weren't many people here, and normal people wouldn't choose to swim here. After all, normal people would only run when they saw sharks, not people like Yushu and Lin Yi who wanted to catch sharks to eat. Tai Zhao drove the Audi and followed Lin Yi's Land Rover. The sky was getting darker, and Lin Yi's road was getting more and more deviated. Tai Zhao wasn't a very brave person, and he was starting to get worried. And bro, what is this place? Why is it so dark? There aren't even any streetlights. This isn't right. I'm a little scared, Tai Zhao said carefully as he locked the car door. Chapter 1144. Chapter 1142. Disguised Xu Jingwen was a ruthless character, cutting out kidneys and killing people. There was nothing he wouldn't do under normal circumstances. But did Lin Yi lead us here on purpose to trap us? Tai Zhao was still worried. Can there be ghosts here? Ghost my ass. Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Wen glared at Tai Zhao. Are you still sick or something? Cowardly thing. Are you still wetting your bed? I'm fine now. Tai Zhao's face reddened as he shook his head. All right, let's follow then. Cut the bullshit. Jiang Wen raged. Hurry up and follow. Don't lose them. I can't. Tai Zhao nodded and followed them. Wow, it's so quiet here. Perfect for dating. Xiao Xiao was very satisfied with the current environment. The endless beach and ocean, quiet and serene. Meng Yao and Tang Yun looked at each other, smiling bitterly. Only Xiao Xiao could say something like that. Oh, Shu could too. You guys pick a place. We'll camp here tonight. Lin Yi parked the car on the beach and said to the girls, It's pretty much the same here. Can we just pick a random place? Tang Yun looked out the window and realized that it was already late. The beach looked the same everywhere, so it didn't matter where they set up camp. All right, let's do it here. Lin Yi nodded and got off the car to prepare their camping supplies. The Miss and Shu bought 2 tents from a supermarket. One tent could fit 5 people, but the Miss didn't have a real relationship with Lin Yi, so she couldn't stay in the same tent with Lin Yi. She'd lose face if she did. Tang Yun, you stay with me and Shu tonight? Let Lin Yi and Xiao Xiao stay together? Meng Yao pulled Tang Yun over and whispered. That was what they were thinking when they bought the tents. One for Lin Yi and Xiao Xiao, and the other for Tang Yun. Yes, of course. Tang Yun didn't even think about it and agreed. Although she was a little disappointed in her heart, it was the first time she came out to play. Logically speaking, she should be staying with Lin Yi, but thinking about it, she and Lin Yi still had a long way to go. There would always be opportunities. Xiao Xiao was different. She might die at any time. So Tang Yun naturally had to make her the leader. Oh, I want to live with Shield Bro too. Yushu interrupted. You live under the same roof as Lin Yi every day. What are you doing here? Go get the tent. Meng Yao glared at Shu, feeling embarrassed. Oh, Yushu turned around to get the tent ready. The 2 tents were placed quite far away from each other, and Meng Yao found it strange. Shu, why did you put the tents so far away from each other? Oh, I'm just worried that Shield Bro's tent might make weird noises at night and disturb our rest. Yushu said. Broken mouth Shu. What nonsense are you talking about? That's not what you said just now. Xiao Xiao's face went red as she glared at Yushu, flustered. You just said that you guys don't want to play poker at night and disturb us. Yeah, I don't want to disturb your XX. Yushu nodded matter-of-factly. Meng Yao and Tang Yun looked at each other, not sure if they should cry or laugh. These two really were a perfect match, working together when there were enemies fighting each other when there weren't any. Bullshit. Xiao Xiao's face was red. I'm not bullshitting. I know exactly what you're thinking, Yushu said. How do you know? You're not a parasite in my stomach, Xiao Xiao retorted. Because we're similar, I can imitate you. I'm fake Shu, Yushu said. Then I know. You want to do XX with Lin Yi too. That's why you're thinking like that. Xiao Xiao said. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. I want to play 3P2. Yushu said. All right then, I want to do it too. Xiao Xiao said. Why don't you come tonight and play 3P with us? Meng Yao and Tang Yin saw that the two were getting more and more out of control and quickly stopped them from continuing. Shoo, Xiao Xiao. The two yelled at each of them. Can't you guys be more serious? Don't study these random things. Meng Yao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yeah, Lin Yi's starting a fire over there. Let's help him out. Tang Yin said. There was no need to start a fire in the summer, but Lin Yi wanted to make dinner more festive, so he made a campfire dinner. Jiang Wen and Tai Zhao drove the car to the beach as well, finding a place not far from Lin Yi's group. They wanted to join in the fun with Meng Yao, but they were afraid that Meng Yao wouldn't be willing. They had to think of a roundabout way to get closer. And bro, this place is too secluded. It's a little scary. Tai Zhao parked the car and didn't want to get off. Can't you be a little more mature? What's so scary about this beach? There's no sea monsters. Jiang Wen got off the car, not thinking much of it. Lin Yi's starting a fire over there. We need to show our skills as well. Get the cooking equipment Ganglu bought. We'll cook something delicious and attract Meng Yao here with the smell. Oh, Tai Zhao got out of the car unwillingly, shivering as the cold sea breeze hit him. The two of them opened the trunk of the Audi Q7. Sure enough, in the trunk, there was a barbecue stove used for picnics, as well as some ready-made lamb skewers, rib skewers, chicken wing skewers, vegetable skewers, and so on. This young Ganglu really knows how to do things. A beach is the best place to have a barbecue party. Jiang Wen was overjoyed as he looked at the things in the trunk. If it was something else, he really didn't know how to cook. After all, he didn't learn any cooking skills. But barbecue, especially when it came to these ready-made things, it was easy. Who didn't know how to barbecue? And bro, should we barbecue now? Tai Zhao moved the barbecue stove out of the car and placed it on the beach, lighting it up with the headlights. The headlights calmed Tai Zhao down a little. After all, this beach was in the middle of nowhere, and it made his heart skip a beat. Yeah, let's do it here. Hurry up and start the fire. I'm starving. I've been watching Meng Yao's house all day, and I haven't even eaten anything. Jiang Wen said. Okay, let me look at the manual first. How to use it. Tai Zhao said. Chapter 1145. We want to eat seafood. Who still lights a fire these days? Isn't that something only primitive people do? It's all electric grills now. Tai Zhao said gleefully. Look at Lin Yi, starting a fire over there like an idiot. It's not environmentally friendly at all, and it's easy to burn himself. Fuck, you idiot. There's no electricity in the middle of nowhere. You didn't buy one that plugs in, did you? Jiang Wen panicked a little. Ganglu shouldn't have made such a stupid mistake. Tai Zhao started sweating at Jiang Wen's words. Yeah, there was no electricity in the middle of nowhere. Was this a joke? Then what's going on? Don't tell me it doesn't need to be plugged in. Jiang Wen was pissed. And bro, this is solar-powered. You don't have to use electricity. Tai Zhao said as he flipped open the manual. I told you that Ganglu's a smart guy. He wouldn't make a stupid mistake like that. Sun my ass, where's the sun? Why don't you ask him to buy one that's powered by the moon? Jiang Wen was even more pissed. What the hell was this solar-powered? And bro, calm down. I'll call Ganglu right now and see what's going on. Tai Zhao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. What the hell was with this Ganglu? Why did he buy such a stupid thing? Ask him then. Jiang Wen waved his hand, troubled. Ganglu, what's wrong with you? Why did you buy a solar-powered grill? Where's the sun at night? What are you expecting bro and I to do with it? Tai Zhao scolded Ganglu right to his face. Tai Zhao, bro, this is the latest high-tech product, an upgraded version of the 3-in-1. It's the best-selling model right now. Ganglu said, a little wronged. Not only can it be powered by the sun, but you can also do it by hand, and you can connect it to the cigarette lighter in the car. Is that so? Why didn't you say so earlier? You scared me. Taizao breathed out in relief upon hearing that it could be powered by hand and a car. How's Bro's sports car? I'm in the workshop. I'm repairing it. Yang Ganglu said. All right, you can repair it first. I'm going to barbecue with Big Brother, and Taizao hung up the phone and turned to Jangwen. And bro, this grill isn't just solar-powered. You can also use your hands to start the grill and get electricity from the cigarette lighter. I see. I've wronged Ganglu then. This is good stuff. Hurry up and put it in the car. I'm going to barbecue. Jangwen was delighted. Sure enough, after the barbecue grill was inserted into the car, it heated up and even shone with a colorful light. It was very beautiful. Taizao put the meat skewers and chicken wings on the grill and started grilling them, filling the air with the aroma of barbecue. You roast it first. I'll go get Meng Yao and the others. With that, Jangwen walked over to Lin Yi's side and turned to Meng Yao, who was going to help Lin Yi. Yao Yao, you guys are here too? We're having a barbecue over there. Do you want to join us? What do you like to eat? I'll get Taizao to make some for you. Meng Yao frowned. She'd thought that Jangwen would wait a while before coming to talk to them, but Jangwen came right after they'd settled down. We prepared our own food. You guys eat yourself. Thanks for the offer. Meng Yao said indifferently. Haha, it's fine. It's just the two of us. We've prepared a lot of food. Lamb skewers, pork skewers, vegetable skewers, chicken wing skewers. Jangwen said excitedly. Yao Yao, and I want to eat seafood. Yushu interrupted Jangwen's words. Seafood? Jangwen paused. He'd looked at the meat skewers in the car. They were basically all beef, lamb, chicken, and the like. There wasn't any seafood. It's so nice to have a barbecue party at the beach. Why do we have to eat seafood? Of course we have to eat seafood at the beach. That's the mood, right? Eating seafood with the sea breeze is the best. You can eat barbecue anywhere. We can even have a barbecue party in our yard. Get out of the way if you don't have seafood. Don't stay here. Yushu's words stopped Jangwen. But there's no seafood here? Jangwen said bitterly. Isn't there seafood everywhere in the sea? What a joke. Yushu pointed at the sea. Ugh, I see. You guys wait. Jangwen couldn't do anything else, so he gave up and ran back to Taizao to think of something. Jangwen felt that he'd made a mistake. He should have asked Meng Yao what they wanted to eat when he went to her house, but it was too late now. Sure, you're so bad. You're not telling him to go fishing for seafood, are you? Meng Yao couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't this just torturing him? I'm not asking him to. If he wants to understand it that way, then so be it. Yushu shook her head with a serious face. Meng Yao shook her head. With Jangwen's personality, he'd probably send Taizao out to fish for seafood. But what could he do in the middle of the night? As expected, Jangwen and Taizao went back to discuss and decided to go fishing for seafood. Mutton skewers and chicken wings were delicious, but Meng Yao didn't like them. Jangwen's main purpose for coming to the beach was to attract Meng Yao's attention and get on her good side. Now that Meng Yao wanted to eat seafood, of course he'd have to find a way to satisfy her request. Drive the car to the beach and shine the headlights on. We'll go fishing for seafood. Jangwen gritted his teeth. All right. Taizao, of course, did whatever Jangwen said. He didn't really want to go fishing for seafood in the middle of the night, but he couldn't fall behind since Jangwen was doing it himself. Jangwen and Taizao changed into swimming trunks and dove into the sea under the light of the headlights. But where were they supposed to get seafood in the dark? Not to mention at night, even during the day, it would be difficult to catch any seafood. If he wanted to get seafood, he had to go deeper into the sea, but the sea was dark and quiet at night. Jangwen might be brave, but he didn't dare go too deep into the sea. If he wasn't careful, he'd be looking for death. This wasn't a swimming area. It was a danger zone. Who knew what dangers lurked under the sea? Chapter 1146. You went yourself, and bro, how's it going over there? Taizao had been searching around for a long time, and not only did he not get much, he even cut his foot. He didn't know what he stepped on, but there was a cut on his foot. It's just clams and sea screws, nothing else. Jangwen said bitterly. This should be enough, right? I don't think we'll be able to get anything else. Tai Zhao was freezing. It wasn't the middle of summer, and the sun wasn't that bright. The seawater was cold at night, and it didn't absorb much heat. He would have run out a long time ago if Jiang Wen wasn't there. That's true. Let's just leave this for now. It's enough for the two of us. We'll give it to that troublemaker girl, and Yao Yao first. I can't care about the others. Jiang Wen was a human, too, and he was freezing. Jiang Wen and Tai Zhao got out of the water and realized that their harvest was pretty good. The two of them had gathered enough to make a bowl of seafood soup. And so, Jiang Wen happily went to Meng Yao with a bowl of seafood. Yao Yao, I just got a lot of seafood. It's all fresh from the sea. Jiang Wen said as he put the seafood in front of Meng Yao and Yushu. But Yushu spoke up before Meng Yao could. What kind of seafood is this? It's just a bunch of clams and seashells. How are we supposed to eat them? This is all we have now. This is all we can get from the sea. Jiang Wen grumbled to himself. It took a lot of effort to get these shitty clams and conchas out. It was already good enough that they could get this much at night. Oh, you guys eat it yourself. We have big seafood. We don't need you. With that, Yushu pulled out a styrofoam box from the trunk of the car. She opened it to reveal all sorts of seafood inside. Everything you could think of. Why? Jiang Wen's eyes went wide. Who says we have to go to the sea to eat seafood? You went there yourself. I didn't ask you to. Yushu rolled her eyes as she looked at Jiang Wen in disdain. Jiang Wen really wanted to scream. He'd been tricked again, but he couldn't do anything about it. What did it have to do with Yushu? The other party didn't even ask him to fish for it. He was thinking too much. Shield bro, let's barbecue seafood. Yushu ignored Jiang Wen and happily brought a box of seafood to Lin Yi's fireplace. Lin Yi had already set up the grill and was ready to start cooking. Jiang Wen stomped his feet angrily and went back with a small plate of sea snails and clams. Big brotherin, why are you back? What did Meng Yao think? Are you touched that we went fishing for seafood in the middle of the night? Tai Zhao was quite far away and didn't hear the conversation. Touch my ass. Jiang Wen wasn't angry anymore, but Tai Zhao brought it up again. They have seafood in boxes from the supermarket. Why would we go fish for them? Idiots. Then why didn't they say anything? Tai Zhao blinked. He almost froze to death for nothing. Man, it's my fault for not asking. Jiang Wen knew that Yushu was hiding it on purpose, but it was also his fault for not asking in detail. He'd been tricked twice already. If he'd asked Meng Yao what they wanted to eat, he'd have gone to the supermarket and bought it. If he'd asked if they had seafood, he wouldn't have gone fishing for it. Then, bro, what do we do now? Tai Zhao asked. Eat it ourselves. Jiang Wen said, troubled. We'll be fishing for nothing. Lin Yi started roasting the seafood over the fire, and the aroma wafted into Jiang Wen and Tai Zhao's nostrils, making them drool even more. We'll do it too. Jiang Wen gritted his teeth. Don't we have lamb skewers and chicken wings? It's not any worse than theirs. That's right. I'll go prepare it now. Tai Zhao quickly went to prepare, but tragically realized that the car's battery was out of battery. He'd used the headlights to go fishing for seafood, but forgot to turn the car on and used too much power. Bro, it's bad. The battery is dead. Su Tai-chun cried out bitterly as he tried to drive the car for a while. Out of battery? What's wrong with you? Can't you do anything? Jiang Wen said furiously. I forgot to turn the engine on. Tai Zhao said carefully. Forget it. Jiang Wen wanted to yell at him, but he was too hungry right now. He didn't have the strength to do so. Doesn't this technology support manual power generation? Go do it yourself. Me? Tai Zhao looked at the grill, realizing that it was a manual one. In other words, he'd have to use his hands to keep cooking the food. Wouldn't he die of exhaustion if he waited for the food to be cooked? Bullshit. Who else would it be if it wasn't you? Jiang Wen glared at him. Hurry up, don't waste time. It's just a joystick, right? Just think of it as hitting a plane. Tai Zhao had no choice but to go over and start shaking the joystick quickly. As expected, heat came from the grill, and a rainbow light flashed. Tai Zhao couldn't help but get angry. Which idiot invented this? Working so hard to generate this little electricity, can't they use it in the right place? How much sweat did they waste on this? Stop wasting time, shake it. Jangwen said as he flipped the skewers on the grill. On the other hand, Lin Yi was already enjoying the delicious seafood barbecue. How romantic! I didn't think that I'd have this day, too. Xiao Xiao murmured as she looked at the sizzling seafood on the fire. She thought that she'd never have friendship or love in her life, but all of a sudden, she had it all. Xiao Xiao's friends were all from racing, not the kind that she could really trust. There was no way she'd go camping with them, and who knew what they were thinking. The oysters are done. Lin Yi took a couple of oysters off the grill and put them on a plate for Yushu. You guys eat first. Oh, it's ready. Yushu happily brought the plate to Ming Yao, Xiao Xiao, and Tang Yun, putting it on the beach. I'll go get some drinks. Chapter 1147. Chapter 1145. Xiao Xiao's misunderstanding. Xiao Xiao regretted that she was a step too late, letting Tang Yun get to it first. Man, she was such a failure as a small wife. But she didn't want to be outdone. She followed Yushu to the car to get the drinks for Lin Yi. But the moment they got to the car, Yushu tossed the drinks into Xiao Xiao's hands, leaving only one. Here, take it. Xiao Xiao blinked, but Yushu was already running towards Lin Yi. Yushu quickly ran to Lin Yi and waited for Tang Yun to put the oyster into Lin Yi's mouth before opening the can and passing it to Lin Yi, smiling. Shield bro, after eating the big wife's oyster, have a sip of the small wife's drink. Cunning Shu, you're too evil. I was just about to give Lin Yi honey a drink. Xiao Xiao was furious as she hugged the drinks. She glared at Yushu. What small wife are you? You're not even certified yet. I'm the real small wife. Hee, so what? It's your fault for being half a beat slower. Yushu didn't care. Xiao Xiao glared at Yushu, not saying anything. All right, I'll let you have it then. Yushu thought about it and decided to give the chance to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao was about to die, so what was the point of fighting with her? Meng Yao and Tang Yun looked at each other, both seeing a helpless, bitter smile in each other's eyes. Xiao Xiao and Yushu were really evenly matched, and they couldn't be happy if they didn't quarrel with each other. But once they got used to it, it was fine. After all, they didn't have any bad intentions, and it was just a fight of words. They wouldn't hurt each other. After enjoying the seafood barbecue, Lin Yi put out the fire and cleaned up the trash, putting it in a bag. This was not a beach. No one collected the trash. If these things were left here, it would obviously damage the environment. As planned, Lin Yi and Xiao Xiao stayed in one tent, while Meng Yao, Yushu, and Tang Yin stayed in the other tent. The two tents weren't too far from each other, but in the silence of the seaside, if Lin Yi and Xiao Xiao were to really do something, the tent on the other side would definitely hear it. After dinner, Meng Yao and Tang Yun dragged Yushu back to their tent, leaving only Lin Yi and Xiao Xiao. Shall we go back as well? The atmosphere was a little ambiguous and awkward. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment before asking. Yep, Xiao Xiao nodded, blushing. She started to get a little scared again. Was the legendary event really going to happen tonight? Xiao Xiao was looking forward to it, but she was also a little shy. Since she had decided to be with Lin Yi, Xiao Xiao naturally treated Lin Yi as her first and last man, the only man in her life. Xiao Xiao's situation didn't allow her to hesitate. Once she made up her mind, she had to keep going. Other people might have the chance to break up, but Xiao Xiao didn't have the time. No one in her mother's family could escape the curse of fate. It had been like this for generations, and Xiao Xiao didn't think she'd be able to escape this at all. So she had to be very, very careful when it came to choosing a partner. Once she made up her mind, there was no room for regret. Even so, being alone with Lin Yi in the tent, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but feel a little reserved. She might seem bold, but most girls would be hesitant and shy when it came to something like this. What's wrong? Lin Yi noticed that something was wrong with Xiao Xiao, too. She was acting like a punching bag as she followed him around. This wasn't the same Xiao Xiao from before, was it? It's nothing. Xiao Xiao was struggling in the depths of her heart. She kept asking herself, did she like Lin Yi or not? Was she with him because she wanted revenge, or had she really fallen in love with him? Xiao Xiao didn't have that much of a dilemma at first. From her perspective, it didn't matter if she was messing with Lin Yi or if she loved Lin Yi. As long as she slept with him, he'd care for her more, and he'd be even sadder when she died. But now that things had come to this, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but hesitate. After all, for every girl, the first time was very precious. Xiao Xiao's thoughts were just thoughts, but if she really did it, it'd be different. Huh? What? You're afraid I'll eat you up? Lin Yi joked, seeing the awkward atmosphere. But the listener didn't mean what he said. It was just a normal joke, and there wasn't much meaning behind it, but in Xiao Xiao's ears, it was full of different meanings. Normally, I'll eat you up wasn't a big deal, but the meaning behind it was a little ambiguous. If you really had to explain it, you could split it into 3 types. First, I'm hungry, and I want to eat you up. This was the original meaning. This kind of situation often occurs between 2 ferocious animals, one high and one low. For example, a tiger says to a goat, I want to eat you. Second, I'm not hungry, but I hate you, and I want to eat you up to vent my hatred. This was the extended meaning. This usually happened between 2 enemies, like 2 people fighting, and one said, I want to eat you up. Third, I want to push you down. This was the popular meaning. It was also used a lot on the internet and in reality. This usually happened between couples, and the guy saw the girl's pretty face and wanted to push her down, but he couldn't say it out loud, so he subtly said, I want to eat you up. Or maybe the girl was in a very emotional situation and wanted to give herself to the boyfriend, but was too embarrassed to say it out loud. So she said, eat me up. The first and second didn't seem very suitable in the current situation, and Lin Yi and Xiao Xiao were a couple. So naturally, Xiao Xiao thought of the third meaning, and her face turned red. I. Xiao Xiao didn't know what to say. Looking at Xiao Xiao's face, Lin Yi paused, realizing that his words had been misunderstood. But in all honesty, Lin Yi really didn't mean it that way. Lin Yi was just joking, saying, I'm not a tiger. Are you afraid I'll eat you up? Chapter 1148. Chapter 1146. Lin Yi's worries. Yeah. Xiao Xiao nodded and went into the tent with Lin Yi. Originally, the atmosphere between the 2 of them outside was ambiguous and awkward enough. But now that they were inside the tent, it was even more uncomfortable. It wasn't that Lin Yi and Xiao Xiao didn't have the chance to be alone in a room before. In fact, Xiao Xiao had been honest with him. But Lin Yi and Xiao Xiao didn't have anything to do with each other back then. At most, they were classmates or desk mates. But now they were a couple. This couple, although there were elements of pretense and revenge, no matter what happened in the beginning, now that the 2 of them had feelings for each other, the situation had become completely different. Xiao Xiao, do you feel uncomfortable after eating seafood today? Lin Yi broke the awkwardness between the 2 and changed the topic. Of course, this was what Lin Yi was worried about as well. After all, Xiao Xiao's sickness last time was caused by eating too much seafood. It's all right. I don't feel too uncomfortable. I didn't eat too much this time. Xiao Xiao didn't expect Lin Yi to care for her this much. She felt warm in her heart. Now that Lin Yi was treating her so well, could she still take revenge on him? Xiao Xiao's heart melted, but at the same time, she became even more fearful. She was afraid that her death would bring trouble to Lin Yi. At this moment, Xiao Xiao had the urge to confess to Lin Yi, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. That's good. If you feel uncomfortable, tell me so I can deal with it. Lin Yi said. Okay. Xiao Xiao nodded. She wasn't as nervous as before. Then let's rest early. We still have to go watch the sunrise tomorrow morning. Lin Yi said to Xiao Xiao, should I turn off the lights? The lights in the tent are charged. I'm afraid they'll run out. Okay. He's going to sleep now? Xiao Xiao blinked. Lin Yi was going to sleep? She looked at Lin Yi with some uncertainty. Was Lin Yi resting, or was he doing something that couples should do after turning off the lights? The sun rises very early at the seaside. If we don't get some rest, we won't be able to get up tomorrow morning, Lin Yi said. Oh. Xiao Xiao couldn't tell from Lin Yi's words what Lin Yi really meant, so she just nodded. Lin Yi casually turned off the tent's light. At this moment, the tent was instantly plunged into darkness. Sleep early, good night, Lin Yi said to Xiao Xiao as he laid down. Xiao Xiao paused, She didn't think that when he said he was going to sleep, he really meant sleep. Looking at Lin Yi, it didn't seem like he had any intentions of taking off his jacket, nor did he want to get closer to her. This made Xiao Xiao feel a little uncomfortable. She opened her eyes and looked at Lin Yi, who was lying on his back. He was lying on his back. The two of them were lying so close together, and Xiao Xiao should have been very nervous and excited, but she didn't feel that way at all, because she felt that Lin Yi didn't seem to have any intentions of going any further. She waited for a while, but Lin Yi didn't react at all. Xiao Xiao cursed Lin Yi for being a blockhead, a man and a woman alone in a tent. Didn't he have any thoughts at all? She was a girl, and she already had thoughts. Why didn't he? Lin Yi, honey, are you asleep? Xiao Xiao couldn't help but ask. Not yet. Lin Yi smiled bitterly as he opened his eyes. In actuality, Lin Yi wasn't Lixiaoyi. Lin Yi didn't have the unruffled heart art to protect himself, but Lin Yi had an extraordinary willpower. Lin Yi had feelings for Xiao Xiao. There was no doubt about that. But before he figured out how to deal with Xiao Xiao, Lin Yi didn't have the mood to do anything else with her. The more he interacted with Xiao Xiao, the more he realized that he developed an unforgettable feeling for this girl. But the more it was like this, the more worried Lin Yi felt. He didn't want Xiao Xiao to die, but there was nothing he could do. People called him Miracle Dr. Lin, and he had the art of dragon mastery, but he still couldn't do anything about Xiao Xiao's illness. This was the tragedy of being a miracle doctor, right? There were quite a lot of cases like this, treating people their whole lives, but not the people around them. Then, let's talk. I can't sleep. Xiao Xiao didn't feel sleepy at all. Lin Yi was right beside her, and she was excited and nervous. She didn't want to sleep at all. Talk about what? Lin Yi turned his head around. He couldn't see Xiao Xiao's expression in the dark, but her bright eyes were clear. Lin Yi's heart moved a little. There was love, there was pity, and most of all, there was unwillingness. Lin Yi wanted to save Xiao Xiao's life, but there was nothing he could do. Can you tell me what happened between you and my dad? You were my dad's colleague? Then now you. Xiao Xiao had always been curious about how Lin Yi and her father knew each other. Xiao Xiao didn't know everything about her father's job, but she knew a thing or two. Most of the things he did were extremely dangerous. And how could Lin Yi be old friends with her father? But just from Lin Yi's strength, it was possible. But Xiao Xiao was puzzled. Her father's job was for life. So how did Lin Yi become a student? And even if Lin Yi could change jobs, how old was Lin Yi? How could he be her father's colleague? All these questions filled Xiao Xiao's heart with questions. Haha, there's nothing much to say. I'm not on your father's side. I joined as an external helper, so I'm more free and relaxed. Lin Yi shrugged with a smile. That's all I can say. Some things are confidential. I'm sure you understand. Oh, I see. Xiao Xiao was a little disappointed, but it wasn't her place to ask more. Jiang Wen and Tai Zhao's tent. Tai Zhao was using binoculars to keep an eye on Meng Yao and Lin Yi's tents. Jiang Wen had been monitoring them, but after a while, he felt that it was too boring and he couldn't hear what they were talking about. So he gave it to Tai Zhao. Chapter 1149. Chapter 1147. Plan begins. Oh, so you're saying that Lin Yi and Yao have nothing to do with each other? Jiang Wen was overjoyed. That should be the case. Their tent can fit 5 people, and if Lin Yi really has something to do with them, why would he go out alone with Xiao Xiao? Tai Zhao analyzed. That makes sense. Does that mean that my chances are quite high? That Meng Yao doesn't like Lin Yi at all, and she's just using him as a shield? Jiang Wen thought about it and slapped his thigh. That's right. I finally understand why that Yushu girl calls Lin Yi shield bro. She's definitely using Lin Yi as a shield, and it has nothing to do with Lin Yi at all. And bro, you're a godly man, coming up with such a brilliant theory. You could be a detective. You're the famous detective in Immerse. Tai Zhao felt that Jiang Wen's words made sense. I knew it. No matter how strong Ping Zhan is, there's no way he'd marry his daughter off to Lin Yi when Lin Yi already has a girlfriend. What's wrong with that? It'd be fine if Lin Yi was some rich kid but he's just a bodyguard. What's so great about that? Great. Today's trip was really not in vain. I believe that as long as I keep working hard, I'll win Ming Yao's heart for sure. Jiang Wen was filled with fighting spirit. Let's start our plan A. Plan A? Now? Tai Zhao paused. But the executor of the plan, Gang Lu, isn't here. He's not here, but you are, right? Don't you know how to execute the plan? The three of us came up with this plan, so you take over. Jiang Wen ordered with a frown. Ugh, but it's so dark, I'm a little scared by myself. Tai Zhao looked out of the tent and saw that it was pitch black outside. Other than the moonlight, there wasn't a single light to be seen. It was a scary sight on this empty beach. Are you kidding me? You're pretending to be a ghost. People are afraid of you. Okay? You're still afraid? What do you have to be afraid of? People run when they see you. Jiang Wen said hatefully. Why are you such a coward? This all right? Tai Zhao had no choice but to nod. Gang Lu wasn't here, so he couldn't just let Jiang Wen pretend to be a ghost, could he? In the plan, Jiang Wen was supposed to catch the ghost and play the role of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Who was going to save the damsel in distress if he was the one pretending to be the ghost? With that in mind, Tai Zhao tiptoed out of the tent and went to the trunk of the car to prepare it. Meng Yao, Yushu, and Tang Yun's tent. The three girls were putting on face masks, and it was Tang Yun's first time enjoying something like this. She was looking forward to it. She'd never put on a face mask before, and her family's financial situation didn't allow her to buy such luxuries. It feels so weird. Tang Yun touched her face that was covered by the mask and said curiously, It's not fair. You've never used a facial mask before. Why is your skin so good? Yao Yao sis, and I always put on facial masks, and we're only as good as you. Yushu looked at Tang Yun's face, a little depressed as she studied the part of her neck that wasn't covered by the mask. We're young now, so we can't tell. When we get older, I won't be as good as you guys. Tang Yun smiled, but there was a hint of disappointment in her smile. It's not too late now. From now on, you can take care of your skin with us. Your skin won't be too bad in the future, right? The miss felt the disappointment in Tang Yun's voice and quickly explained. Tang Yun sighed lightly. It's expensive, right? I can't afford it. Tang Yun was a little embarrassed when she said it, but she wasn't the type to put on airs. She didn't have money, so what if she was poor? Shield Bro is rich, and he's starting a medicine company now. He'll be a rich man in the future, and I'll have to rely on him for my livelihood. Aren't you the main wife? Why aren't you the second wife? Yushu said. It's not easy for him to earn money, right? Tang Yun knew that Lin Yi was rich, but it wasn't something that could be changed in a short period of time. I think it's pretty easy. The miss who hadn't said anything until now finally spoke. Tang Yun was amused by the miss's words. It seems like Lin Yi's earning money is much easier than Daddy's. Meng Yao said with a serious face. How much is the total assets of Daddy's company? But Lin Yi's company had hundreds of millions of cash flow at the beginning. Hundreds of millions? This concept was too far away for Tang Yun. She had never seen so much money before. It was an astronomical figure, and Tang Yun had never thought about it before. Don't mention hundreds of millions. Even tens of thousands was a huge amount for Tang Yun's family. When she was with Lin Yi, she never thought about how much money he had, and it was the same now. She never thought about being greedy for Lin Yi's money. We'll see. Tang Yun shook her head. Right. Yun sis, aren't you jealous when you see Xiao Xiao and Shield Bro together? Yushu saw Xiao Xiao calling Tang Yun sis, so she followed suit. No. Tang Yun shook her head. You're so generous. Yushu looked at Tang Yun, wanting to find evidence of her lying. How can I be as generous as you? You keep saying that you want to be the second wife, Tang Yun retorted. It was just a joke. The miss was a little embarrassed, blushing. Shu and I were worried about Lin Yi's safety. That's why we said that. It's not like that. Yao Yao, why won't you admit it? Didn't you say that you like Shield Bro? Yushu was panicking. What did I say that? I said that I don't like him. Meng Yao corrected. Is that so? Did I remember it wrong? Yushu scratched her head, a little depressed. Man, then how am I going to be the second wife in the future? Tang Yin knew a thing or two about the Miss personality after spending some time with her. She knew that Meng Yao didn't mean what she said, and that she cared about face, so she didn't take it seriously. Whether or not Meng Yao had that kind of feelings for Lin Yi, as Lin Yi's girlfriend, Tang Yin was the most sensitive and clear. But since the Miss didn't admit it, Tang Yin didn't need to expose it. At the very least, the Miss was showing her kindness towards her. Tang Yin didn't have anything to say about it. Chapter 1150. Who's scaring who? Although Lin Yi had expressed his feelings to Tang Yin more than once, Tang Yin still felt that Lin Yi was too outstanding and she didn't feel comfortable with him. Especially when she couldn't help Lin Yi at all. She felt that she was just a vase, pretty but useless. Let's not talk about that. Meng Yao shook her head. It's already the 1st of May. There's only 1 month left until the college entrance exams. Tang Yin, which university do you want to apply to? I don't know. Tang Yin shook her head. But I'll apply to whichever Lin Yi applies to. What about you guys? Meng Yao pursed her lips. Naturally, she wanted to be in the same university as Lin Yi, but she'd said that she didn't like Lin Yi. If she didn't like him, why bother? Why don't we all apply to the same university? We're all good friends. We can take care of each other? Tang Yin's heart ached a little. As expected, Meng Yao did have feelings for Lin Yi. But Tang Yin wasn't the type of person who liked to use underhanded methods to deal with a rival. She wanted to do it openly, and so she took the initiative to invite Meng Yao. Yeah, that's fine. I don't have many friends. Other than Shu, it's you and Lin. Meng Yao nodded. What do you guys think Lin Yi and Xiao Xiao are doing right now? Yu Shu asked suddenly. How will we know? The Miss frowned. Meng Yao didn't feel comfortable with Lin Yi doing that kind of thing with another girl. Xiao Xiao was dying, but she still felt conflicted. Of course, it was just conflicted. Logically, she supported Xiao Xiao and Lin Yi being together. Oh, then do you guys need Shu to help you scout around and see what they're doing? Yu Shu suggested as she looked outside the tent. You can go if you want to. We didn't send you. Meng Yao wanted to know what Xiao Xiao and Lin Yi were doing after Yu Shu said that, but she didn't want to say it out loud. I don't know. I'm not participating. Tang Yin shook her head. Oh, then I'll be right back. Yu Shu couldn't wait any longer. With her personality, she wouldn't be Yu Shu if she didn't sneak a peek. Meng Yao and Tang Yin looked at each other. Tang Yin was the one who cared about Lin Yi the most, but since she already knew what they were going to do and she accepted it in her heart, it didn't matter whether she went or not. Meng Yao, on the other hand, couldn't join in the fun with Yu Shu. Wouldn't that show that she cared about Lin Yi? I don't care about him at all. Yu Shu tiptoed out of the tent, sneaking towards Lin Yi's tent. Tai Zhao put on a black raincoat and rubber gloves as he walked in the direction of Meng Yao's tent, his heart pounding. Jiang Wen was already prepared, ready to fly to Meng Yao's rescue the moment she screamed. As far as he was concerned, Lin Yi and Feng Xiao Xiao must be doing something indecent, and if Meng Yao were to call for help now, he wouldn't have the time to be distracted, and the responsibility of saving the damsel in distress would fall onto his shoulders. Tai Zhao was very scared. He was pretending to be a ghost, but he was more afraid of running into a ghost. He was just a fake ghost, and he knew that it would be bad if he ran into a real ghost in this dark place. Spirits of the heavens, spirits of the earth, please don't let me run into a ghost. Tai Zhao chanted as he walked forward. Yu Shu saw a black shadow sneaking out of Jiang Wen's tent the moment she came out. She didn't know what it was trying to do, and so Yu Shu wasn't in a rush to go check on Lin Yi and Xiao Xiao. She laid down on the beach and pretended to be a beach, wanted to see what the shadow was up to. Tai Zhao was very scared, and he didn't dare look around. Yu Shu's disguise skills were very good, too, and he wouldn't be able to see her if he wasn't paying attention. Is this Jiang Wen or Su Tai Zhao? What's he doing? Why is he wearing a raincoat? It's not raining, is he? Is he going to dive? Yu Shu mumbled to herself as she stared at Tai Zhao. Tai Zhao took one careful step at a time, glancing back from time to time, afraid that something was following him. This Ganglu, what the hell is he up to? He's not coming, and now I'm pretending to be a ghost. Man, this is scary. Tai Zhao gritted his teeth, wanting to finish his mission as soon as possible. She saw that Tai Zhao wasn't far from her, and he was walking towards her tent. Yushu decided to interrogate this guy first. And so, she got up from the beach and ran behind Tai Zhao, patting him on the shoulder. Wah, what the hell is this? Tai Zhao's body tensed up. He'd been looking back 3 times with every step he took, and there was no one behind him at all. What could it be? It's you, right? Bro, don't scare me like that. It must be you, Tai Zhao said weakly. Bro, I'm a coward. Please don't scare me like that. How am I supposed to scare Meng Yao if you scare me like that? Yushu was sure that this was Tai Zhao now, but she didn't expect him to be this cowardly. And from what Tai Zhao was saying, this guy was going to scare Yao Yao. No wonder he was wearing a raincoat, with a hood on his head and rubber gloves on his hands. He was going to pretend to be a ghost. Weren't you pretending to be a ghost? Fine, I'll pretend to be a ghost to scare you. Yushu didn't say anything, only reaching out to pat Tai Zhao's shoulder again before sticking her tongue out. Bro, what are you doing? Why aren't you saying anything? Tai Zhao turned around carefully, but his hair stood on end when he saw who it was. A ghost in white, with a pale face, was standing behind him with her tongue out. Yushu had a white mask on her face, and she was wearing a white nightgown, with her tongue sticking out. Wasn't this exactly the same as the female ghosts in the legends? Especially under the moonlight. He couldn't see clearly at all. Tai Zhao was worried that he'd run into something unclean along the way, and now that he saw Yushu like this, he couldn't help but piss his pants. Ghost! There's a ghost! Tai Zhao screamed and started running. Chapter 11:51. Ghosts are everywhere. Meng Yao and Tang Yun saw that Yushu had been gone for a long time, and there was still no news. They were worried and worried. Although there shouldn't be any danger on the beach, what if there was an accident in the middle of the night? Although Miss Yushu scolded Shu sometimes, she still cared about her. Yin Yin, why isn't Shu back yet? Meng Yao asked worriedly. Yeah, don't let anything happen to him. Tang Yun was also a little worried. Although she treated Meng Yao and Yushu as love rivals, they were also good friends. That was a completely different matter. If he wanted something bad to happen to them, he wouldn't have called Lin Yi to save Meng Yao. I'll go take a look, Meng Yao said after some hesitation. I'll go with you. Tang Yin also sat up. It's fine, I'll go alone. What if Shu and I get lost, and she comes back first? She'll worry about us if she sees no one in the tent. Meng Yao waved her hand. That's right. I'll wait here then. You be careful. Tang Yin felt that Meng Yao's words made sense and nodded. Meng Yao pushed the tent open and walked out. She'd only taken a few steps when she saw a black figure running toward her. As he ran, he shouted, Ghost! There's a ghost! I'm so scared. Meng Yao, on the other hand, was shocked. Meng Yao cried out subconsciously as well. Tai Zhao didn't even dare to look back as he ran as fast as he could. How unlucky was he? He went out to pretend to be a ghost, only to run into a real one. This was bad. Was his behavior suspected of vilifying and disguising himself as a ghost? Was he discovered by the ghost, so he vented his anger on him? Tai Zhao was panting heavily as he ran, afraid that the ghost would eat him. But as he ran, he didn't run far before he heard a horrifying scream coming from not far in front of him. Tai Zhao raised his head subconsciously to see that the white-faced, white-robed ghost who'd been behind him a moment ago was right in front of him, blocking his way. Oh my God! Tai Zhao was scared out of his wits. How could this ghost move so fast? Before he could even see what was going on, she had already teleported in front of him. But then again, it was normal for a ghost to be able to drift. Of course, it was faster than him. Evidently, Tai Zhao thought that Meng Yao was the same Yushu from before. But under the moonlight, it was hard to tell who was who in the white pajamas and the white face mask. Yushu wasn't as tall as Meng Yao, but Tai Zhao didn't have time to notice these details. He assumed that Meng Yao was the ghost from before, and his heart was filled with fear. He panicked and didn't know where he was going. There was a tent not far from him. It was Meng Yao, Yushu, and Tang Yun's tent. Tai Zhao was energized, his body brimming with energy. He couldn't care less about scaring Meng Yao anymore. The only thing on his mind right now was to run into Meng Yao's tent as soon as possible. He was a man, and he didn't care about being laughed at anymore. He'd rather hide behind the three girls. Meng Yao was stunned by Tai Zhao's actions as well. However, she was also quite scared. A dark person suddenly appeared in the middle of the night. She didn't know what he was up to. Anyone would be scared. But Meng Yao could tell from the voice that this person was Tai Zhao. Meng Yao wasn't scared anymore. What was there to be scared of? But the words he was saying were a little weird. Ghost? Was there a ghost? Tai Zhao was calling for a ghost, something like that. Meng Yao subconsciously looked behind Tai Zhao, which was in front of her. Where was the ghost? Only little Shu was happily waving at him from afar. Yushu was laughing as she ran towards Meng Yao. She was laughing so hard that she couldn't even walk properly. Shu, what kind of trick are you playing? What's going on with Tai Zhao? Meng Yao didn't know why Tai Zhao was running around like a madman, but her instincts told her that it had to be Shu's doing. Especially from Shu's expression, it was obvious that she was the one who did it. Why else was she laughing? Hee hee. Yao Yao, do I look like a ghost to you? With that, Yushu stuck out her tongue. Oh, I'm a ghost. Meng Yao couldn't help but start laughing as well. She finally understood why Tai Zhao was running away. It was because Yushu scared him. She couldn't help but say, I was wondering why he was even more afraid after seeing me. It turns out that he also thought I was a female ghost. Huh. Yeah, Yao Yao, we're really good sisters. You're so cooperative. Yushu nodded with a smile. Tai Zhao probably thought that I could teleport, so I floated right in front of him. Where's Tai Zhao? I think he ran into our tent. Meng Yao was startled and quickly said, he won't scare Yin. Will he? Oh, he ran into the tent? Then we'll have a good show. I wonder if Tang Yin sis can cooperate? Yushu's eyes lit up. Cooperate? Meng Yao blinked. Yeah, we can check it out right now. Let's see if Tang Yin sis can be sisters with us in the future and play together. Yushu nodded with a serious face. Meng Yao could sense something in Yushu's words. Shu was referring to sisters, but there was another layer of meaning behind it. Meng Yao coughed. Shu, don't talk nonsense. Let's go check it out. Don't scare Tang Yin. Tai Zhao finally ran into Meng Yao's tent, thinking that he was finally home, safe. Then he heaved a sigh of relief and cried, Well, I'm home. Tai Zhao's sudden visit gave Tang Yin a big fright. If Tai Zhao hadn't said anything, Tang Yin wouldn't have known that he was Tai Zhao. The light in the tent was dimmer than outside, and Tang Yin didn't understand why Tai Zhao would suddenly come to her tent. But where were Meng Yao and Yushu? Tang Yin stared at Tai Zhao, confused. Tai Zhao took a deep breath and raised his head, about to say something when he saw Tang Yin standing not too far from him. He froze on the spot. Chapter 1152. Chapter 1150. Unintentional coordination. Could it be that this was the legendary ghost hitting the wall? This tent was made up by the ghost, and it wasn't Meng Yao's tent at all? He had been under the ghost's control the whole time, and he never escaped? Tai Zhao paled at the thought, turning around and stumbling out of the tent in fear. He yelled as he ran towards Jiang Wen's tent. He was really scared out of his wits. Poor Tai Zhao. He had a problem with wetting his bed, and now he was pissing his pants again. Ghost! There's a ghost. Tai Zhao waved his hands as he ran. Ha ha ha! Yushu couldn't help but laugh as she watched Tai Zhao run out of the tent. Looks like Yin sis is quite cooperative. Tai Zhao's probably scared to death, right? Yao Yao, you and Tang Yin sis are really cooperative. Meng Yao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Xiao had always been the one messing with Yushu, but this time she and Tang Yin had unintentionally coordinated with Shu and messed with Tai Zhao. All right, let's go check on Tang Yin. Meng Yao shook her head helplessly as she walked towards the tent. But this time, Tang Yin was confused by Tai Zhao's actions as well. Tai Zhao ran out of the tent, and she followed him out. Tai Zhao didn't see them, but he saw Yao Yao and Shu walking back. Yao Yao, Shu, you're back. Tang Yin let out a breath of relief. I think Tai Zhao came just now. Did you guys see him? Why is he acting all weird? Did he see a ghost? Tang Yin's confusion made Yushu laugh out loud. Haha, Tang Yin sis, don't we look like ghosts? Yushu asked with a smile. We? Tang Yin paused before looking at Meng Yao and Yushu's attire, then back at herself. Shu, you're saying that Tai Zhao wouldn't think that we're ghosts, would he? Yeah, that seems to be the case. Yushu nodded. Oh my god. Tang Yin slapped her forehead. Why is he so dumb? Hee hee, I don't know, but thank you for cooperating with me. Yushu said. Tang Yin couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. She wasn't the type of girl who liked to mess around. Unlike Yushu, who messed with people all day long. It wasn't her hobby either, but today, she unknowingly helped Yushu. However, Tang Yin didn't think that it was inappropriate. After all, it was a good thing to deepen their relationship. Tang Yin used to be very cautious, so she didn't have many friends. She only had Lu Xinwen and Xiaofan. This was similar to Miss. As a result, Tang Yin was getting along well with Chun Mengyin and Yushu. She hoped that they could continue being friends. It was a rare relationship, and as they grew older and entered society, it would be hard for them to have such a pure friendship without benefits. At this moment, Jiang Wen couldn't sit still anymore and ran out of his tent. He was waiting for Tai Zhao to act like a ghost and scare Meng Yao so that he could go save the damsel in distress. His plan was very clever. Lin Yi and Xiao Xiao were messing around. How would he have time to care about Meng Yao and the others? This was the time for him to be a man. He'd spend the night with Meng Yao, and even if nothing happened, their relationship would improve. But Tai Zhao suddenly started yelling something like a ghost the moment he got out. Jiang Wen was quite troubled. Who would pretend to be a ghost like that? Why would a ghost yell something like that? Who would be afraid of you when you're like that? And so, Jiang Wen got angrier the more he thought about it. He turned around and ran towards Meng Yao's tent. He couldn't stop complaining in his heart. This Tai Zhao really couldn't do anything right. Why was he pretending to be a ghost? It was all gone now. But he didn't get far before he saw Tai Zhao charging at him with extreme speed, pouncing on him before he could react. And bro, you scare me, there's a ghost. There's a ghost that can teleport. Tai Zhao didn't want to let go of Jiang Wen, as if he had found his savior. He didn't want to let go at all. What are you doing? You're hugging me to death. Jiang Wen raged, wanted to push Tai Zhao off of him. Meng Yao, Yushu, and Tang Yin heard the commotion and rushed over as well, wanting to see what was going on. On the other side, Lin Yi and Xiao Xiao were alerted by the commotion as well. The two came out of their tents and ran over. And bro, you scared me. There's a ghost here. Let's go. Tai Zhao cried. Ghost? Where's the ghost? Didn't I tell you to go pretend to be a ghost? Why aren't you pretending to be a ghost? What are you doing here? Jiang Wen roared furiously. I wanted to go pretend to be a ghost, but maybe my actions angered a real ghost, and I met a real one on the way. This ghost was really scary. Her face was white, and she was wearing a white robe, and she just stuck her tongue out and whimpered. Tai Zhao said, that ghost knew how to teleport, and she was behind me at first, but when I ran a few steps forward, she was in front of me again. She's really strong. She knows how to teleport. I didn't even see what was going on, and she was in front of me all of a sudden. What the hell are you talking about? What ghost? Jiang Wen raged at Tai Zhao's nonsensical words. There really is. And bro, you don't know this, but I was thinking that this ghost was too strong, so I decided to hide in Meng Yao's tent. Even if people laughed at me, it didn't matter. So I ran to Meng Yao's tent, but guess what happened, bro? I ran into a ghost wall again. Tai Zhao said, panicking. There was a ghost in Meng Yao's tent, and she ran into the tent again. When I entered the tent, I clearly remembered that the female ghost was outside the tent. But when I entered the tent, the female ghost was actually inside. Do you think that all of this was an illusion of the female ghost? It's too scary. Chapter 1153. Yes or no Meng Yao and Tang Yin couldn't help but laugh, but not as much as Yushu and Xiao Xiao. Ha ha, Su Tai Zhao, you're such an idiot. Yushu pointed at Tai Zhao with a smile. Whoa, ghosts are here. Scared the hell out of you. Jiang Wen didn't expect Meng Yao and the others to come as well. He looked at the clothes Meng Yao, Yushu, and Tang Yin were wearing, and he realized what was going on. Did this idiot really think that Meng Yao and the others were ghosts? Meng Yao, Yu Shu, and Tang Yin were all wearing white pajamas with masks on their faces. They really did look like ghosts. Jiang Wen recognized Yu Shu's voice. He would have jumped if he didn't. But jumping was one thing. He couldn't let himself be scared like this. At the thought, Jiang Wen was furious. His subordinates were too much of an embarrassment, treating Meng Yao and the others as ghosts. Open your eyes and look. We're the ghosts. This is Meng Yao, Yu Shu, and Tang Yun. We're the ghosts. We're the ghosts. Jiang Wen said angrily. Tai Zhao paused and raised his head, shivering when he saw Meng Yao, Tang Yun, and Yu Shu. Why were there 3 ghosts? And bro, aren't they ghosts? They turned into 3 ghosts. Tai Zhao said, What 3 ghosts? I told you, they're Meng Yao, Tang Yun, and Yu Shu. Jiang Wen explained with a frown. Tai Zhao paused and took a closer look. It was just as Jiang Wen said. They weren't ghosts. They were Meng Yao, Yu Shu, and Tang Yun. But they were wearing white pajamas with masks on their faces. It was easy to mistake them as ghosts. Whoa, I'm a ghost. Yu Shu stuck out her tongue and turned back into her old self. Phew! Tai Zhao breathed out in relief and let go of Jiang Wen, patting his chest. So it's Lil Sis Yao Yao and Lil Sis Shu. Haha, I was just joking with you guys. What's the point of having a long night without sleep? Oh, I understand. Yu Shu smiled as she looked at Tai Zhao, but that smile was filled with disdain. Tai Zhao, what did you do to me? Wet. What does this smell? Fuck me. Why is she so flirtatious? Did you pee your pants? Jiang Wen yelped abruptly as he jumped up and down, shaking off the water on his body. Whoa, Tai Zhao bro, you're still wet your bed at this age. Yu Shu said mockingly, remembering the scene when they played Truth or Dare. When did I wet the bed? This was just peeing his pants. Oh no, I didn't pee my pants. I didn't pee my pants. Tai Zhao's face was red as he tried to explain himself. Ha. Yu Shu laughed without saying anything. All right, Shu, let's go get some rest. It's getting late. We still have to watch the sunrise tomorrow, right? Meng Yao smelled something weird as well and didn't want to stay here any longer. Okay. Yu Shu made a face at Tai Zhao. Oh. Don't dream of me tonight, okay? I'll scare you to death and you'll wet your bed again. Tai Zhao shuddered. That was right. He better not have nightmares or he'd wet his bed again. That'd be so embarrassing. He felt a little awkward. How was that possible? I've stopped peeing my bed a long time ago. Oh no, I've never wet my bed before. Let's go. Yu Shu didn't say anything else and turned around with Meng Yao and Tang Yun, getting ready to leave. Shu, why didn't you call me along when you were messing with him? Xiao was a little regretful that she didn't get to see Tai Zhao's face. Just from his own narration, it was already very interesting, not to mention witnessing the entire process. How could I disturb you when you're flirting with Shield Bro? Yu Shu giggled as she looked at Xiao. How far are you guys now? Can you tell me? I can't just tell you like that. It's a personal secret. Xiao shook her head mysteriously. You're not still a virgin, are you? Yu Shu looked Xiao up and down as she said fiercely. How? How is that possible? Who said I was? I'm not anymore. Are you? What? Are you jealous of me? Xiao tried to defend herself, thinking that she wasn't a virgin when she said she wasn't. What could she tell? Me? Why would I be jealous of you? I've been a virgin for a long time, even longer than you. Yu Shu said, I'm Shield Bro's first woman. Who doesn't know how to brag? Xiao humphed. You're definitely a virgin. How else would you be able to walk so smoothly? The TV says that after the first time, your legs will be stiff. Yu Shu shook her head. The TV says? You also know it was said on TV, so you don't have any experience at all? Weren't you a virgin a long time ago? You experienced it yourself? Why would you watch the TV? Xiao retorted. I fell asleep after doing it, and I recovered the next day. It's different from yours. Yu Shu rolled her eyes. Meng Yao and Tang Yun shook their heads, bitter smiles on their faces. These two really were arguing over everything. This wasn't something to be proud of, and they were getting serious. That's enough. Both of you. Xiao, go back to sleep. We're not going to watch the sunrise tomorrow. Lin Yi smiled bitterly as well, wanting to prove his innocence. How could they be so shameless? He didn't even do anything, so why weren't they? Both Xiao Xiao and Yushu blushed at the same time. They laughed dryly at each other before Xiao Xiao said, I won't be in a bit. I won't be one sooner or later. Yushu said. Lin Yi didn't know what to say, and quickly left with Xiao Xiao. The miss pulled Shu and Tang Yun back to rest as well, leaving Jiang Wen and Tai Zhao alone. Why is this Lin Yi so popular? Why do two girls like him? Tai Zhao said, a little envious. Two? Would you take them if I gave them to you? You're scared out of your wits with just a face mask. Wouldn't you be scared to death if he married you? Jiang Wen huffed. This Feng Xiao Xiao is probably the same as Yushu. Be careful next time. Don't fall for her tricks. Chapter 1154. Chapter 1152, Deep Imprint. You're right. We can't let our guard down. Tai Zhao nodded. Thank goodness this Xiao Xiao wasn't part of it, or I'd be in trouble. All right, stop wasting time. Go take a shower. Jiang Wen waved his hand, a little pissed off. I'm so dirty from head to toe. How old are you? Still peeing your pants? Ugh, don't mention it. And bro, I'm embarrassed. Tai Zhao blushed. If you're embarrassed, then go take a shower. What are you waiting for? Jiang Wen said as he walked towards the beach. It's not waiting for anything, and bro, it's too dark, I don't dare go. Tai Zhao said, a little hesitant. You don't dare to go even if I go with you? What are you afraid of? Jiang Wen raged. I'm afraid of ghosts. I'm still scared of that scene, just now. Tai Zhao said weakly. What ghosts? Didn't I tell you already? There were no ghosts? Where are the ghosts? That was Ming Yao, Yushu, and Tang Yun. Are you stupid? Jiang Wen said. It's fine if you don't want to take a shower, but don't sleep in the tent tonight. Stay outside. Then, I'll take a shower. Tai Zhao thought about it. Wouldn't it be scarier to stay outside the tent at night? You might as well go take a shower right now. The night passed without a word. The next morning, Lin Yi opened his eyes. He'd been training in his dreams every day, but Lin Yi could control the time difference very well now. Lin Yi was still connected to the outside world in his dreams. Many people couldn't control what happened in their dreams, but Lin Yi could. In his dreams, in the Jade Space, Lin Yi was pretty much the same as in reality. Xiao Xiao, wake up. We're going to watch the sunrise, Lin Yi said softly as he patted the sleeping Xiao Xiao in his arms. Last night, Lin Yi and Xiao Xiao slept separately. Perhaps it was because she was being reserved, but Xiao Xiao didn't do anything bold when she came back. She might have been bold when she talked to Yushu last night, but she was a little shy when she came back. Xiao Xiao was an inexperienced girl. After all, words were words, but actions were actions. In the latter half of the night, when it was cold, Xiao Xiao naturally squeezed into Lin Yi's arms. Lin Yi didn't push her away, hugging her until now. Oh, Xiao Xiao was sleeping soundly when Lin Yi woke her up. She opened her eyes, still a little groggy. It's time? Are you going to make breakfast with love? Xiao Xiao stood up from Lin Yi's arms and paced around the tent, mumbling, Where's the oven? Why is it gone? Lin Yi looked at Xiao Xiao, feeling a wave of warmth in his heart. Xiao Xiao had been making breakfast with love for him every morning, evidently getting used to it. The moment the alarm went off, she'd wake up and open the oven. It wasn't easy for her to come out and relax, but she still treated this as her home. Xiao Xiao, we're at the beach. Lin Yi got up and hugged Xiao Xiao. This was the first time Lin Yi hugged Xiao Xiao of his own volition, and this girl's figure was deeply imprinted in his heart. Ah! Xiao Xiao rubbed her sleepy eyes, feeling a little embarrassed. I thought I was at home. I was so sleepy. Don't make breakfast with love anymore. Rest well. I feel bad for you, Lin Yi said word by word as he looked at Xiao Xiao. Ah! Lin Yi's love surprised Xiao Xiao, but she wasn't used to it. As far as she was concerned, Lin Yi's feelings for her might be real, but he was only with her because of the bet with Tang Yun. But now, Xiao Xiao could see the deep love in Lin Yi's eyes. Lin Yi really did love her. Xiao Xiao felt lost all of a sudden. Xiao Xiao's original intention was to make Lin Yi fall in love with her, and then she'd dump Lin Yi. This was revenge. Although she'd buried this thought in her heart and didn't bring it up again, her illness was real. Whether it was revenge or not, Lin Yi would be sad the moment she left, and that wasn't something she wanted to see. You? Why are you so nice to me? Xiao Xiao was a little scared. This time, she was blaming herself. She felt like she was playing with fire, but she couldn't stop. How could she just stop playing around with feelings? You're nice to me, so I'll be nice to you too. Love is mutual. Lin Yi smiled. Didn't you want to watch the sunrise? It'll be out any later. Oh, Xiao Xiao replied, wondering if she should tell Lin Yi the truth. But she was a little scared. She was scared that if she told Lin Yi the truth, Lin Yi would get angry and leave her. Xiao Xiao didn't want to let go of this hard-earned love either. She was conflicted. You hugged me to sleep last night? Xiao Xiao changed the topic. These headaches were getting worse the more she thought about them. So, she might as well not think about them at all. Yeah. Lin Yi nodded. You? Xiao Xiao bit her lips, her face a little red. Do you want me? Actually, we can do it now. I've thought about it, huh? Lin Yi blinked. I want to be your woman. Xiao Xiao didn't hesitate this time. She said it with determination. She thought that giving herself to Lin Yi would be a form of compensation to Lin Yi. Lin Yi was the one who took advantage of her. She was going to die soon, but she was still a virgin. When Xiao Xiao hung out with those delinquents, weren't they always talking about it and being proud of it? They'd compare how many virgins they'd slept with, how many women they'd had, and so on. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, but he kept his composure. We'll talk about this when we get back. Let's go watch the sunrise first. We might not be able to see it if we waste any more time. Yep. Xiao Xiao nodded, blushing. She wasn't happy with Lin Yi's rejection. Lin Yi was a good guy, but he was a little too serious sometimes. In fact, Xiao Xiao didn't know that Lin Yi was tempted by her suggestion. But Lin Yi wasn't that heartless. Xiao Xiao's life was in danger, and Lin Yi didn't have time to think about stuff like that. Chapter 1155. Chapter 1153. Omnipotent Shu Lin Yi walked out of the tent with Xiao Xiao, and a moist sea breeze blew into their noses. It was a refreshing feeling. Lin Yi looked at Ming Yao's tent. It seemed to be quiet, so Lin Yi didn't go disturb them. He and Xiao Xiao went to the beach and sat on the sand. It's so dark. Xiao Xiao squeezed into Lin Yi's embrace. It's the darkest time before dawn. Lin Yi smiled and hugged Xiao Xiao tightly. Are you cold? It's okay, a little cold, but I'm not cold anymore after you hug me. Xiao Xiao smiled sweetly. Lin Yi, honey, look, there are stars in the sky. Yeah. Lin Yi nodded, his thoughts going back to the border of a small country in Europe. He remembered that night with Yu Ning. That day, it was also early in the morning, and the two of them sat at the edge of the cave, looking at the stars in the sky. Wasn't it similar to today? It was just a blink of an eye, and everything had changed. The stars were still the same, but the person beside him was Xiao Xiao. At that time, Lin Yi was confused about his future. He didn't know where he would go, and he didn't know when his days of wandering would end. He didn't dare to talk about love, and his attitude towards love was to avoid it. He couldn't give Yu Ning any promises, and he couldn't give her the life she wanted. She was a flower that grew up in a greenhouse, and he and she were people from two different worlds. So Lin Yi chose to avoid it. See Chapter T001, T010, Valentine's Day Special Chapter, Little Ning Chapter. Although in the next few missions, he found out that Yu Ning wasn't as weak as he thought, but Lin Yi still didn't dare cross the line. He remembered his identity. He didn't want Yu Ning to worry about him. She should have a stable and happy life, right? But although this love was buried in his heart, the relationship between Lin Yi and Yu Ning became more and more ambiguous. Until that time, when House Yu intervened, Lin Yi frowned, not wanting to think about it anymore. Let bygones be bygones. At the very least, Lin Yi was satisfied and happy right now. This mission allowed Lin Yi to truly integrate into the city, becoming a normal person. It gave Lin Yi real feelings. The reason why Lin Yi was able to open his heart was because of his old man's words. He promised that this would be the last mission of his life. He'd be able to retire after finishing it and settle down in Songzhan. This allowed Lin Yi to open his heart and accept Tang Yun and Xiao Xiao without any worries. Wow, so romantic. Lin Yi's thoughts were pulled back to reality by a scream behind him. Lin Yi didn't need to look to know that it was Shu. Only she had this kind of personality. You're all awake? Lin Yi turned around. As expected, the Miss Shu and Tang Yun were all here. Why are you two so romantic? Cuddling with each other in the middle of the night? I'm jealous. Yushu giggled as she looked at Xiao Xiao. Why don't we switch? Change what? Xiao Xiao blushed a little. Don't Lin Yi's honey have a seat? You go to the left. Hee hee, then I won't hold back. Shield bro, you can have a girl on your left and right. Yushu smiled, wanted to sit down, but Meng Yao pulled her back. Stop messing around. Let's make breakfast to welcome the sunrise. Oh, okay. Yushu remembered that she had a mission this morning. She had to cook a poached egg for Xiao Xiao, and so she went to the car with Meng Yao and Tang Yun. I feel so happy. Xiao Xiao rested her head on Lin Yi's shoulder, enjoying this moment of peace. If you like it, we can come to the beach to watch the sunrise more often. Every year, Lin Yi said. Okay. Xiao Xiao felt a lump in her throat, a little sad. Every year. Perhaps this was the last time she'd be able to watch the sunrise at the beach. Lin Yi could more or less guess what Xiao Xiao was thinking. He was even more determined to find a way to cure Xiao Xiao. The stars in the sky slowly dimmed, and the white of dawn appeared above the sea. It's getting bright. Lin Yi said, It's a new day. Yeah, I've lived another day. Xiao Xiao sighed. At this time, the Miss Shu and Tang Yun had already prepared the cooking tools. Shield bro, everything's ready. Let's start. Yushu ran over. They could do the preparation work, but the rest was up to Lin Yi. Xiao Xiao, wait for me. I'll go make breakfast. Lin Yi said. Can you not go? I don't want you to leave. Xiao Xiao said, a little reliant. Don't worry. I'll make breakfast before sunrise for sure. Lin Yi said with a smile. Okay, I'll wait for you. Xiao Xiao nodded. Lin Yi stood up and walked to the campfire with Yushu, lighting it up quickly. He looked at the eggs on the ground, troubled. They'd barbecued yesterday, and they only needed to put the food on the grill. How were they supposed to cook this poached egg without a pan or a plate? If only I had a pan. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. I do, Yushu said as she handed him a frying pan. Ah, you brought a pan? Lin Yi paused. Do you have a spatula? I do. It's not a problem for all-purpose Shu. Yushu gave a spatula to Lin Yi. Ugh, all-purpose Shu. She really is all-purpose. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. He didn't know if he should praise Yushu or scold her. Lin Yi felt that the car was very heavy when he was driving, and if Yushu had even brought a pan and a spatula, then there had to be more things in the trunk. But Lin Yi didn't have time to think about this. The most important thing now was to fry the eggs. Lin Yi quickly fried a few poached eggs and gave some to Tang Yun, the Miss, and Shu, leaving 2 for Xiao Xiao. Here, eat. Xiao Xiao froze when she smelled the aroma of the poached eggs. How did you know I wanted to eat poached eggs while watching the sunrise? Xiao Xiao asked, surprised. I don't know. I just did it randomly. Lin Yi, naturally, couldn't admit that he'd looked at Xiao Xiao's phone. Isn't this usually what you eat for breakfast? Chapter 1156. Chapter 1154. Jiang Wen's tragic past. But why do you want to eat a poached egg while watching the sunrise? Lin Yi didn't understand why Xiao Xiao would want to do that. Because when the sun rises, it's like a big fried egg. I can imagine myself eating it in one bite. Xiao Xiao said. I see. Lin Yi sweated. This Xiao Xiao was quite a creative thinker, connecting all these things together. It was quite special. At that moment, a red glow appeared between the sky and the sea, shining brightly. The sun was about to rise. Whoa! Yushu cheered as well. Evidently, they were watching the sunrise as well. It's coming. Xiao Xiao pointed at the sky, excitedly as well. As expected, a fiery red sun slowly rose from the sea, jumping into the air bit by bit. The sea was shining with a golden red light, very beautiful. Xiao Xiao ate her egg as she watched the sunrise happily in Lin Yi's arms. It was a beautiful morning. The sun was rising, and the sea was no longer cold. The temperature of the sea was rising. The five of them finished their breakfast. Their original plan was to change into swimsuits and swim in the sea. But the sea water was still a little cold, so the five of them sat on the beach and waited for the sun to completely heat up the water before going to swim in the sea. Jiang Wen and Tai Zhao only woke up when the sun was completely out. They walked out of the tent and saw the five sitting on the beach. Jiang Wen didn't hesitate at all as he walked over. Yao Yao sis, you're up early. You guys must be hungry, right? I have some nutritious breakfast here. It's almost hot. I'll get Tai Zhao to bring some over. Let's eat together. No need. We're done already. Meng Yao said faintly. You guys eat. Done? Jiang Wen blinked, but looked at the cooking utensils not too far away. They seemed to have been used today. He shrugged helplessly. If that's the case, then we'll just have a simple bite. The weather's nice today. Why don't we go play in the water? Yao Yao, Shu, do you guys remember when we used to come to the beach together when we were kids? Of course I remember. Yushu spoke up before Meng Yao could. Did you get bitten by a crab? Why are you crying? That's right. Your D*CK is broken. Sister Yao Yao can't marry you in the future. Otherwise, she won't have any sexual bliss. Quack. Jiang Wen blinked at Yushu's words. But he remembered that when he was playing at the beach when he was young, his dick was caught by a crab's pincer, and he almost broke it. Plus, the culprit was most likely Yushu. She was the one who released the crabs. Jiang Wen didn't have any proof, but he was pretty sure of it. From then on, Jiang Wen started to fear Yushu. This girl was too vicious, and he had to stay as far away from her as possible. He might even get castrated by her. At the thought, Jiang Wen couldn't help but admire Lin Yi a little. He had such a good relationship with Yushu. Was he not afraid of anything? Ha! Xiao Xiao started laughing after hearing Yushu's words. Who would have thought that Jiang Wen had such a tragic past? Meng Yao and Tang Yun, on the other hand, were too embarrassed to laugh out loud, but they couldn't help but laugh. This Jiang Wen sure was unlucky. That's all in the past. Let's not talk about it. Jiang Wen laughed. Let's not talk about this. Shall we go swimming later? Right, I even prepared swimsuits for you guys. Tai Zhao, go get the swimsuits for Yao Yao sis and the others. Okay, I'll go get them now. Tai Zhao happily went to get the swimsuits. Very quickly, Tai Zhao came back with a bunch of swimsuits in his hands. Yao Yao, Shu, Tang Yun, Xiao Xiao. See if you guys like them? Jiang Wen passed the swimsuits to Meng Yao. Meng Yao didn't take it, but Yushu curiously took it and flipped through it. These are the latest international models. I had someone buy them from overseas. It took a lot of effort. Jiang Wen said proudly. What the hell is this? Meng Yao's face reddened at the sight of it. How is this a normal swimsuit? It was a sexy swimsuit, wasn't it? Her breasts were exposed, and even her thighs were exposed. Meng Yao wouldn't wear something like this in public. Her swimsuits were very conservative, covering her entire body, and this was a world of difference. Jiang Wen didn't expect Meng Yao to react this strongly. Of course, he had to admit that he was being selfish. These swimsuits were all international brands, but he tried his best to choose the sexiest ones. His goal was to let Meng Yao wear them, and it'd be a feast for his eyes. As for Yushu, Jiang Wen didn't dare do anything to her, but she had a good figure, and her breasts were huge. Jiang Wen purposely chose a swimsuit that accentuated Yushu's figure. These are the latest international models. How can they be messed up? Jiang Wen said quickly. These are all designed by famous designers. It might be a little bold, but it's very pretty. You guys are in the prime of your youth. You should show off your beauty. Show it to you. Meng Yao frowned. Ugh. Jiang Wen was a little embarrassed by Meng Yao's question. Evidently, Meng Yao was really pissed, or she wouldn't ask something like this. I'm not wearing it. You can wear it if you want. Meng Yao said. Jiang Wen felt a little awkward. It's fine if you don't want to wear it. I'm just being nice. Tai Zhao, take it back. Jiang Wen felt that it was a pity, but there was nothing he could do. What would he do if Meng Yao didn't want to wear it? He didn't doubt that Lin Yi would kick him into the Pacific Ocean if he dared to do that. Who was Lin Yi? Even House Yi would beat him up, let alone Jiang Wen. If Fighter Li hadn't died, Jiang Wen wouldn't be that afraid of Lin Yi, but now that Fighter Li was killed by some air Gooden and his new support hadn't arrived yet, he didn't dare fight Lin Yi head-on. Don't take them away. I want these swimsuits. Yushu stopped him. Chapter 1157. Chapter 1155. Shark meat again. I'll bring it home and wear it for shield, bro. Yushu's words poured a bucket of cold water over Jiang Wen's head. What? Jiang Wen paused, and his face changed. Show it to Lin Yi? Why did this girl like Lin Yi so much? Jiang Wen was envious, but at the same time, he thought that Lin Yi would be pranked by Yushu every day, and that she'd release crabs and lobsters to kill him. Give me half, I want it too. Xiao Xiao didn't back down. Sure, I can't do it myself anyway. Yushu didn't reject. Jiang Wen was a little dejected. He spent a lot of money on the swimsuit, and Lin Yi got it for free. He couldn't even see what he bought. How unlucky. But this amount of money wasn't much to Jiang Wen anymore. He waved his hand. All right, I'll give it all to you. Let's go play in the sea today. We'll get some seafood too. It's daylight now. What do you guys want to eat? I'll get it for you. Jiang Wen looked at the crabs and other things crawling up the beach, and he knew that he might be able to get some big fishes later. At least he wouldn't have to go fishing in the dark like last night. What do we want to eat? And what do you want to get? Yushu narrowed her eyes at Jiang Wen. Jiang Wen's heart skipped a beat at the look on Yushu's face. This girl wouldn't be playing tricks on him again, would she? It has to be in the sea, right? I won't be able to get it if it's not there. Jiang Wen laughed, pretending to be joking. Yao Yao, I want to eat shark meat. You go get it. Yushu said. What? Shark? Jiang Wen jumped in fright upon hearing Yushu's words. How could a shark be fished out so easily? Wouldn't they be bitten to death? Yeah, we want to eat barbecued shark meat. Yushu nodded. Don't you specialize in fighting sharks? You broke a shark's teeth with one punch. Were you bragging before? Quack. Jiang Wen suddenly remembered that the last time he treated Jiang Wen, he wanted to show off his bravery by saying that he fought with a shark before. But that was all bullshit. It was a lie. But now, Yushu was bringing this up. Jiang Wen didn't know what to do. If he admitted to it, Yushu would definitely make him go catch the shark right now. But if he didn't admit to it, he'd be seen as a liar in front of Meng Yao, and he'd lose all his face. With that thought, Jiang Wen clenched his teeth. There might not be sharks in this shallow water area, so it wasn't his fault if he didn't meet one. Hence, he said, all right, shark meat it is. Tai Zhao, and I will go into the sea to catch sharks for you in a while. However, if there are no sharks in this shallow water area, then we can't do anything. After all, we didn't bring diving equipment, so we can't go to the deep sea area. It doesn't matter. I have a trick to attract sharks. Yushu smiled as she looked at Jiang Wen. Cut your finger and drip your blood into the sea, and the sharks will be attracted to you. Quack! Jiang Wen jumped up. That's not good, is it? Why not? Are you a coward? Yao Yao doesn't like cowardly men. She likes brave men. Yushu looked at Jiang Wen and encouraged him. You need to be brave. You need to be like a warrior if you want to get Yao Yao's attention. You don't have to be nervous no matter how big the danger is. You should believe that Yao Yao is watching you from behind, cheering you on. Is that so? Jiang Wen was suddenly filled with courage and fighting spirit as he looked at Tai Zhao. Tai Zhao, change into your swimsuit. We're going to catch sharks. And bro, aren't we a little too weak to catch sharks with our bodies? Tai Zhao said carefully, a bitter face on his face. Cut the crap, let's go. Jiang Wen was afraid that Meng Yao would laugh at him, so he pulled Tai Zhao away to change into his swimsuit. Shoo, don't you think it's a little too dangerous? What if Jiang Wen and Tai Zhao get killed by sharks? Meng Yao didn't believe that Jiang Wen could kill sharks at all. She believed that Lin Yi could kill sharks, but Jiang Wen, it's fine, I'm here, right? Yushu said, I killed a shark with a rock last time. Huh? You're still bringing it up? Meng Yao couldn't help but laugh. You didn't kill a shark last time, did you? It was Gao Xiaofu. Hee, Yao Yao, you know about it too? Yushu blushed a little. She was smart enough to know that she didn't kill a shark, but Gao Xiaofu, who was pretending to be a shark. She thought that no one knew about this. The shark you killed had a supermarket price tag on it. Who wouldn't know? Meng Yao glared at Yushu before turning to Lin Yi, troubled. Lin Yi, watch out later. Don't let the shark kill Jiang Wen. Okay. Lin Yi nodded, not asking any more questions. Lin Yi knew what Meng Yao was thinking. Jiang Wen had always been a childhood playmate, and while he'd changed now, becoming a bad guy, Meng Yao still didn't want Jiang Wen to die in front of her because of their past relationship. Yao Yao, why do you care about him? It doesn't matter if he dies. Yushu didn't care. A while later, Jiang Wen and Tai Zhao changed into their swimsuits and got ready to go. Yao Yao, Shu, aren't you guys coming to play? Jiang Wen asked. Yao Yao, are we going? Yushu turned to Meng Yao. Meng Yao nodded and turned to Tang Yun and Xiao Xiao. Let's go together? Sure. Tang Yun nodded. This was her first time going to the beach, and everything was so new. Songshan was a city close to the mountains, and there weren't many rivers around. It took a long drive to get to the beach, and the only place close to the sea was the bungee jumping area in the amusement park, but it was a steep cliff, and below the cliff was the sea. It wasn't a good place to play. Tang Yun's family wasn't doing well, and her father was sick in bed, so she didn't have time to go to the beach. Meng Yao and Yushu bought a lot of swimsuits in the supermarket, but they were all conservative types. They brought some for Tang Yun and Xiao Xiao. Chapter 1158. Lin Yi's loss of composure. I don't think that's a good idea. You guys pick first. Tang Yun was a little embarrassed. Meng Yao and Yushu were the ones who bought the swimsuits. It was only right for them to pick first. These swimsuits are all the styles that Shu and I like. We won't buy the ones we don't like, so you guys pick the ones you like. Shu, and I like the rest too, Meng Yao explained with a smile. Then we'll do as you say. Tang Yun didn't refuse and took a set they liked. However, it was a little awkward when they changed their swimsuits. Although they had already seen each other naked when they changed their pajamas last night, it was dark at that time and they couldn't see anything. They could only vaguely see a white patch, so it wasn't too awkward. But even without turning on the lights, the sun could still shine through the tent, filling the tent with light. It was just a little dark. The miss was a little shy, and so was Tang Yun. But Yushu didn't care. She took off her clothes quickly and got ready to put on her swimsuit. Wow, Shu, your breasts are so big, Xiao Xiao said as she stared at Yushu's breasts. She quickly ran over and grabbed them. Let me touch them. Ah, Yushu cried out as well, quickly dodging Xiao Xiao's attack. Stingy, you're playing threesomes? I won't even let you touch them. I'm not playing with you anymore. Xiao Xiao humphed. I'll let you touch them when we're playing, not now. Yushu quickly put on her swimsuit. Only Shield Bro can touch them now. With Xiao Xiao and Yushu's interference, the atmosphere in the tent wasn't as awkward anymore. Meng Yao and Tang Yun took off their clothes and got ready to change into their swimsuits. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, was a little shy at the end. At least Meng Yao, Yushu, and Tang Yun had changed their pajamas together yesterday, and they'd slept on the same mattress, so they were quite familiar with each other. Only Xiao Xiao was doing it for the first time, so she was a little embarrassed. Xiao Xiao, why are you so slow? Is it because your breasts are too small that you feel inferior in front of me? Yushu giggled. Who said that? You're so big, I'm just right. Xiao Xiao quickly took off her clothes and changed into her swimsuit. It seems to be a little bigger than Yao Yao, sis. Yao Yao, sis, it looks like you have to work hard. Yushu said to herself. Shu, you're too much. Meng Yao's face was red from Yushu's actions, and she went to tear her lips. I'm going swimming, Yushu said as she ran out of the tent. Meng Yao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lin Yi also went back to change into his swimming trunks. When he walked out of the tent, he saw Shu running out. Xiao Shu's chest was no longer restrained. Coupled with the fact that she was jogging, Lin Yi's breathing quickened. This scene was very similar to a popular chat picture emoticon on the internet. Wow, Shield Bro, you're so strong. Yushu didn't realize that she was inappropriate, but when she saw Lin Yi's muscular chest and abs, her eyes lit up. Ugh, you're very big too, Lin Yi said subconsciously, but after saying that, he felt that something wasn't right. Lin Yi had always been a serious person in front of Meng Yao and Yushu, and he'd never say anything that went overboard. But this time, He'd let Yushu lead him into saying something he shouldn't have said. Oh, Yushu was surprised by Lin Yi's words as well, but she was happy. Although Lin Yi loved her a lot in the past, he never praised her like this. So Yushu was very happy. Shield bro, you finally found Shu's good points? Lin Yi was speechless. It seemed that humans weren't saints. He had been with Yao Yao and Shu for a long time. It was inevitable that he would have some thoughts about them. It was reasonable for him to have feelings for them. You and Yao Yao are both very good. Lin Yi's face returned to normal as he said faintly. Yushu was a little depressed that Lin Yi had gone back to his old self, but thinking about it, Lin Yi's attitude was very clear. It seemed that he still liked her. Shu, you have to do your best. Meng Yao, Tang Yun, and Xiao Xiao came out later, so naturally they didn't see the scene before. They were a little confused by Yushu's bright smile. Only Meng Yao wasn't happy. Shu, is my chest so small that it's worth it for you to be happy? You're dying of laughter. I think you should be called Chun Xiao Xiao. No, I'm not laughing at that. Yushu scratched her head, a little embarrassed. Then what are you laughing at? Meng Yao looked at Yushu, confused. Oh, nothing. I'm laughing at that idiot Jiang Wen go to catch a shark. Yushu said. Meng Yao didn't really believe Yushu's words, but she didn't say anything. Jiang Wen and Tai Zhao were swimming in the ocean when they saw Meng Yao and the others coming out. He waved his hands. Yao Yao, come quickly. It's really cool in the water. The sun was already out, and standing on the beach was quite hot. The water hadn't absorbed all the heat yet, so it was still a little cold. It was the most comfortable time to go into the water. Jiang Wen bro, why aren't you going to catch a shark? Yushu asked directly after entering the water. I was just thinking, why don't we play for a while? Otherwise, how are we supposed to play if the blood stays in the water? Jiang Wen laughed. We'll catch sharks after we're done playing. Is that so? That works too. Yushu thought about it. They weren't done playing yet, and it was indeed a little unpleasant to attract a shark. She was there to supervise them, so she wasn't worried that Jiang Wen wouldn't go. The chances of sharks and dangerous sea creatures appearing in shallow water were very low, but Lin Yi was still very vigilant, watching the surface of the sea, ready to make a move at a moment's notice. Wow, there are abalones on the reef. Xiao Xiao pointed excitedly at a reef at the bottom of the sea and exclaimed, Really? There's abalones here? Yushu rolled her eyes and called out to Jiang Wen. Jiang Wen bro, there's abalones here. Come catch some abalones for lunch. Chapter 1159. Let me tell you a secret. It's right here. Hurry up and catch it. Yushu pointed at the reef in the water. That's too easy. Watch me. Jiang Wen thought that this was a good chance to show off his bravery. He gathered his strength and said to the abalone, Little abalone, I'm coming. But Jiang Wen's thinking was too simple. The abalone was stuck to the reef like it was glued to it. Even a cow would struggle to pull it away. Jiang Wen, on the other hand, didn't know that he was treating the abalone like a clam, thinking that he could just pick it up. And so, Jiang Wen felt that something wasn't right. Why was the abalone so tight? It was as if it was growing on the reef. Tai Zhao, come help. Let's pull it together. Jiang Wen said to Tai Zhao. All right, let's pull it together. Tai Zhao was scared of ghosts and sharks, but this little abalone was nothing to him. He and Jiang Wen started pulling it with all their might. Jiang Wen bro, Tai Zhao bro, go. Yao Yao is watching you guys. Yushu cheered them on as she slipped away with Xiao Xiao, leaving the two idiots pulling the abalone with all their might. Yushu and Xiao Xiao ran over to Meng Yao and Tang Yun's side, laughing their heads off. What's wrong with you two? Meng Yao asked curiously. Jiang Wen and Tai Zhao are pulling the abalone with their hands. Yushu said, pulling the abalone with their hands? Meng Yao blinked. Can that thing be pulled out with their hands? Don't we have to use special tools to pull out? Didn't we watch an episode of Animal World before? It's about abalone, right? Yeah, those two idiots must have never watched it before. They think they can pull it out with their hands. Yushu said, Let them do it. We don't have to worry about them bothering us anymore. Yushu said, Mingyao shook her head. This Yushu was quite a bad person. Lin, he didn't go into the sea. He sat quietly on the beach, watching the people play in the water. He had to take care of their safety. Husband Lin, can you come down to the sea to play this time? You lied to me that you didn't know how to swim, but Shu said you saved him. Xiao Xiao looked at Lin Yi a little bitterly. She'd wanted Lin Yi to come play with her when Pin Liang organized a trip to the beach, but Lin Yi refused, saying that he didn't know how to swim. But as she got closer to Yushu, Xiao Xiao learned more about Lin Yi. I'm not going. You guys have fun first. Lin Yi shook his head, but Xiao Xiao, naturally, wouldn't let Lin Yi go so easily. With Xiao Xiao in the lead, the group started splashing water on Lin Yi. Yushu quickly joined in as well, and Tang Yun hesitated a little before joining in. The Miss was in a difficult position. With her personality, she would never mess around with Yushu. But now that Tang Yun had joined the battle, if the Miss didn't join in, it would seem that she was not a part of the group. And so, the Miss started splashing water on Lin Yi as well. Lin Yi didn't mind, smiling. It's a little hot sitting on the beach. It'll cool me down a little. I'll just take it as a shower. Sisters, how about we push Shield Bro into the sea? Yushu wasn't too happy about it. Sure. Xiao Xiao was the first to agree. Tang Yun, on the other hand, didn't hold back. It was her first time out, and she had to enjoy herself. She answered Yushu's call, running up to the shore and dragging Lin Yi into the water. Lin Yi wasn't expecting Tang Yun to get along with Yushu as well. He was a little surprised, but he gave her some face and went into the sea. On the other side, Jiang Wen and Tai Zhao were struggling with the abalone. Jiang Wen wanted to cry as he looked at the laughter. Why is this abalone so hard? Is it growing on the reef? Who knows, and bro? I've already used all my strength, but the abalone doesn't move at all. Tai Zhao smiled bitterly. Maybe there's something wrong with this abalone? That Yushu girl is always messing with people. Maybe we should change to another abalone? Jiang Wen thought about it and agreed. Yushu is always messing with people, and there might be something wrong with this abalone. He and Tai Zhao went to pull out the other abalones, only to realize that it was the same as before. It was stuck to the rocks, not moving at all. Could it be that there's something wrong with all the abalones? Jiang Wen frowned. That can't be right. These are all wild abalones. They don't look like they've been tampered with. Tai Zhao was confused as well. Forget it. Don't pull them out. Yushu wants to eat abalone, right? We'll call Gang Lu when we get ashore and get him to buy a few kilos of abalones. She said it herself yesterday. We don't have to go to the sea to eat seafood. Jiang Wen said. That's true. Tai Zhao and Jiang Wen went ashore together, giving up on the idea of pulling abalones. He went back to the tent and called Gang Lu, asking him to buy a few kilos of abalones and some shark meat. Shoo! Jiang Wen seems to have given up on pulling abalones. Xiao Xiao said as she looked at the shore. How about we mess with him again? Yushu blinked as an idea formed in her mind. Sure. How? Xiao Xiao didn't even need to think about it before agreeing. You just have to do this. Yushu and Xiao Xiao started plotting. It didn't take long for the two to get ashore and walk towards Jiang Wen. Jiang Wen bro, come here, I'll tell you a secret. Yushu waved at Jiang Wen. Oh, what secret? Jiang Wen didn't dare delay. He knew that Yushu's secret might not be something good, but he still walked over. Come closer. Yushu gestured for Jiang Wen to crouch down. She wasn't as tall as Jiang Wen, so naturally, she couldn't reach his ear. What is it? Jiang Wen crouched down. Yushu put her mouth close to Jiang Wen's ear and suddenly screamed. Wah! Jiang Wen jumped up in fright from Yushu's sudden scream. His ears were ringing from the shockwave, and he was almost deafened by Yushu. Jiang Wen was a little pissed off. Wasn't Yushu a little too much? It was fine if she was messing around, but was she trying to scare him to death? Chapter 1160. Chapter 1158. Why didn't you tell me? No, Jiang Wen bro, I really wanted to tell you a secret. Yushu said, feeling wronged. You really wanted to tell me a secret? What kind of secret do you want to tell me? Jiang Wen frowned. And bro, bad news. Something big happened. Tai Zhao ran over from not too far away, panting as he spoke. Wait a minute, what's going on? Wait for Lil Sis Shu to tell me the secret first. Jiang Wen waved his hand, gesturing for Tai Zhao to calm down. Jiang Wen, bro, I actually wanted to tell you. Xiao Xiao wants to put a crab in your pants. Yushu said. Then, tell me, why did you yell all of a sudden? Are you trying to deafen me? Jiang Wen looked at Yushu helplessly. No, I yelled because Xiao Xiao came just now, and she put crabs in your pants. I saw it, and jumped in fright. Yushu said embarrassedly. Gah! Jiang Wen jumped up again, holding his crotch with both hands as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. I pinched my balls, it hurts. Oh, Jiang Wen bro, I've told you the secret. I'll be going first, keep your balls hurting. Yushu waved at Jiang Wen and turned to leave. Jiang Wen held his crotch as he jumped up and down, not daring to take off his pants in front of everyone. He could only run into the tent. Once inside the tent, Jiang Wen quickly took off his swimming trunks, and a small crab happened to be clamping onto Jiang Wen's balls. Tai Zhao, come help me. I can't use my strength. Jiang Wen called out, troubled. Little crab, come down. It's not fun over there. Tai Zhao said with his head lowered. Are you a crab? Does it even understand what you're saying? Hurry up and help me take it down. Jiang Wen was very pissed off. Why was he talking to a crab at a time like this? Tai Zhao didn't dare say much as he carefully reached out to pull the crab, only to find that Jiang Wen was on the verge of tears. My balls, I pulled them, but it won't come down even if I don't. Tai Zhao didn't know what to do. He didn't know if he should continue or stop. Can't you be more careful? Should we break its claws first? Jiang Wen said. I'll try. Tai Zhao nodded carefully. As a result, a great drama of wailing and howling unfolded in the tent, and a real pain in the ass was born. Yushu and Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, went back to playing with Lin Yi, Meng Yao, and Tang Yun Xiao as if nothing had happened. What happened to Jiang Wen? I think he's injured? Meng Yao didn't know what was wrong with Jiang Wen. Jiang Wen's cries were so shrill that even Meng Yao could hear them from afar. His balls are hurting. Yushu said. Balls? Balls? Meng Yao's face reddened. Balls were a common phrase in the internet, but it was mostly used by men. Girls didn't have balls, after all. It wasn't elegant to say that out loud. Meng Yao, especially, didn't know how to say that. Naturally, she felt a little embarrassed hearing Yushu say that. But Meng Yao was a little puzzled. Why was Jiang Wen having balls all of a sudden? His balls got clamped by a crab. Xiao Xiao explained. Huh. Meng Yao paused. She didn't know what it felt like to have his balls clamped by a crab, but it probably wasn't a good feeling. Why is he so unlucky? Why is he getting that? I'll put the crab there. Xiao Xiao said. Meng Yao's head ached. So was Xiao Xiao's doing? Looking at Yushu's face, it was probably the two's teamwork. Jiang Wen sure was unlucky, running into these two devils. Nothing bad will happen to him, right? Meng Yao asked worriedly. Nope, it's just a small crab. It'll get hurt at most, but it won't die. Yushu said. Jiang Wen finally managed to pull the crab off with all his might, but his balls were broken as well, and the pain made him jump up and down. Motherfucker, stupid crab. I'll stomp you to death. Jiang Wen stepped on the crab after he got it off. But because it was sand, the crab wasn't affected at all. Once he stepped on it, the crab shot out its claws and clamped onto Jiang Wen's toes again. Ouch! Jiang Wen cried out again. Half an hour later, Jiang Wen limped out of the tent, holding his balls. His balls and toes were all bandaged up, and he was in pain. He asked Tai Zhao as he walked, right? You said something big happened just now, that you had something big to report to me. What happened? Jiang Wen remembered that Tai Zhao wanted to talk to him about something, but Yushu had scared him out of his mind, so he didn't pay much attention to it. It's like this, and bro, I wanted to tell you that Xiao Xiao threw a crab in your pants, but there's no need now. Tai Zhao said bitterly. What? Jiang Wen almost jumped up from the ground. You're saying Xiao Xiao threw the crab? You saw it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Jiang Wen remembered that the crab hadn't even bitten the eggs when Tai Zhao was yelling. Did that mean that this wouldn't have happened if he'd found out in time? Jiang Wen's face turned very ugly at the thought. But I wanted to tell you earlier, but you told me to wait until Lil Sis Shu told you the secret, Tai Zhao said weakly. What? Jiang Wen paused, but thinking about it, that was indeed the case. He was the one who asked Tai Zhao to wait for a bit. Jiang Wen could only blame it on his bad luck. Who could he blame for this? Jiang Wen looked at Yushu and Xiao Xiao with a hint of hatred in his eyes, but they were Ming Yao's friends, and he couldn't do anything about it. If he did, they'd just say it was a joke. What could he do? And so, Jiang Wen gritted his teeth and endured the pain, pretending to be fine as he walked towards the beach. Chapter 1161. Chapter 1159. You're a brave man, Jiang Wen bro. How are you? Where's that crab? Yushu's first sentence hit Jiang Wen's sore spot. Jiang Wen's face froze, but he didn't want Meng Yao to look down on him. He pretended to be calm and said nonchalantly, "It's just a little crab. What can it do to me?" Meng Yao didn't know what to say, but Jiang Wen didn't want Meng Yao to underestimate him. Wow, Jiang Wen bro, you're so strong. Your balls are fine. Yushu's eyes were filled with admiration. Of course it's fine. I've trained before. I got caught by a crab once when I was young, and I've been training ever since I was free. As of now, a single crab is useless against me, Jiang Wen said proudly. The same move is nothing to me. Oh, Jiang Wen bro's a steel egg. Then the girl who marries you will definitely be blessed, Yushu said enviously. Haha, you can't say that, but I'm sure she'll be blessed. Jiang Wen thought that Yushu was quite adorable at times like this, praising him in front of Meng Yao. It seemed like it was a good thing that he'd gotten his balls pinched between his legs. Jiang Wen bro, you're a brave and strong man, Yushu said sincerely. Of course, Yao Yao Lil Sis likes brave men. I'm developing in that direction. Jiang Wen nodded. Oh, since you're fine, then go catch the shark. We're waiting to eat it, Yushu said. What? Jiang Wen paused, realizing that he'd fallen into Yushu's trap. Yushu kept complimenting him on how brave and strong he was, and now she wanted him to go catch a shark? He couldn't say no to that either. Fighting with sharks is a very dangerous thing, and you guys are playing in the sea right now. Let's just forget about it. It's not good to cause a bloody mess. Jiang Wen had a plan in mind. I've already told Gang Lu to buy some abalone and shark meat from the supermarket. They'll be here soon, so we don't need to catch them anymore. Oh, that's not the same. The sharks in the supermarket are dead, frozen, and not fresh. Sister Yao Yao prefers to eat fresh sharks, Yushu said. Plus, Yao Yao likes the process of a warrior fighting a shark, not the result. Eating the shark is secondary. You just want to enjoy the fruit of your victory. If it's a shark killed by someone else, Yao Yao won't eat it. I see. Yushu's words made Jiang Wen's blood boil, but he wasn't an idiot. He knew what he was capable of. His body wasn't even enough to fill the gap between the shark's teeth, let alone fight it. But in order to not lose face in front of Meng Yao, Jiang Wen hesitated. Naturally, I've been thinking about that too. It's been a while since I fought a shark, and I'm starting to feel a little uncomfortable. You also know that a brave person like me will feel uncomfortable if I don't do something brave for a period of time. But sharks aren't easy to come by. This is shallow water. Sharks don't usually come here, so this thing can only depend on luck. Jiang Wen's words were very clear. He wanted to catch sharks, but there weren't any here, so it wasn't his fault, was it? Jiang Wen wasn't wrong. There weren't any sharks in shallow water, so there was no way to catch one, even if he wanted to. Let's try it then. Cut your finger and attract the shark. Yushu nodded. There were indeed sharks around here. When he fell into the water with Lin Yi, and when Pin Liang organized the trip, they'd all met sharks. Yushu thought that Jiang Wen would be lucky to meet a shark this time. All right. Jiang Wen thought that this little bit of blood would be diluted very quickly, and the sharks wouldn't be able to get close. He turned to Tai Zhao. Tai Zhao, cut your finger and attract the shark. How come it's me? Tai Zhao pointed at himself, a little troubled. Me if not you? Jiang Wen glared at him. Hurry up, don't delay me from fighting the shark. All right. Tai Zhao gritted his teeth and went to cut his finger. But this time, Jiang Wen had miscalculated. He didn't know anything about sharks at all, or he wouldn't have said something stupid like breaking a shark's teeth with one punch. If you dropped a drop of blood in the ocean, the shark would be able to smell it from a quarter of a mile away. Sharks were especially sensitive to odors in the ocean, especially the smell of blood. Injured fish would make low-frequency vibrations, and even small amounts of blood would attract them from afar. Their sense of smell was even better than that of a land dog's. They could smell blood at 1 ppm, 1/1,000th, in the water, meaning that their sense of smell could detect 1 drop of blood in 1,000,000 drops of seawater. A 1-meter-long shark's nose was filled with olfactory nerve endings up to 4,842 square centimeters, like a 5 to 7 meter long man-eater shark. Its sense of smell was so sensitive that it could smell the blood of injured people and marine animals from several kilometers away. Tai Zhao, on the other hand, had more than 1 drop of blood. If there were sharks nearby, it would be strange if he didn't attract them. Yao Yao, Shu, Yun Yun, Xiao Xiao, let's go ashore. What are sharks? Lin Yi, on the other hand, knew that Tai Zhao's actions would attract sharks, and so he prepared for them to go ashore to hide. Otherwise, Lin Yi wouldn't be able to protect all 4 of them at the same time if the shark really came. Don't be caught off guard. Seeing how serious Lin Yi was, the mist didn't say much. She nodded. All right, Shu, let's go rest for a bit. We'll get some sun. Tang Yun and Xiao Xiao naturally listened to Lin Yi. Lin Yi had his reasons for telling them to go ashore. That's good too. Only brave people can fight a terrifying existence like sharks. Jiang Wen was a bit surprised at Lin Yi's cowardice, but the more cowardly Lin Yi was, the happier Jiang Wen was. Only Lin Yi's cowardice could highlight his bravery. Lin Yi smiled faintly and didn't say anything. If Jiang Wen wanted to be stupid, then let him be. He knew what fear felt like when the sharks were attracted. Chapter 1162. Chapter 1160. Caring, then watch me. Jiang Wen walked into the sea proudly. As far as he was concerned, sharks couldn't possibly appear on this shallow beach. However, he had only taken 2 steps when something that shocked him to the core happened. A shark's fin appeared on the calm surface of the sea, and it was swimming towards him at high speed. Wah! Jiang Wen's eyes went wide. He never would have thought that a shark would actually come. Tai Zhao, on the other hand, didn't seem to realize the danger that was coming. He was standing in the sea like an idiot, dripping blood into the water with his finger. His head was lowered, however, and he didn't see the shark swimming towards him. Jiang Wen's face froze. He didn't know if he should run or go forward. He'd be safe if he ran, but he'd lose his face in front of Meng Yao. He lost a lot of face this time, but he didn't dare go forward. How was he a match for a shark? Was it going to die if he went forward? With that thought, Jiang Wen sweated profusely. He couldn't make a choice. Jiang Wen bro, you can do it. Jiang Wen bro, you can do it. Yushu cheered. You can do it. Yao Yao loves watching heroes fight sharks. Jiang Wen's expression was worse than if he were crying. He wasn't an idiot. Fighting a shark like this was suicide. Tai Zhao, on the other hand, heard Yushu's yell. He paused and looked up to see the shark swimming towards him at breakneck speed, jumping up in fright. He didn't dare let any more blood into the water and started running away immediately. Jiang Wen's mental defenses crumbled as he watched Tai Zhao run off. He turned around and ran with Tai Zhao. Jiang Wen bro, why aren't you fighting sharks anymore? Yushu looked at Jiang Wen strangely. Well, I suddenly feel sorry for the shark. Look at how small it is. It must be a baby shark. It hasn't been in this world for long, and it'd be too pitiful if I killed it. Jiang Wen said with an idea. So I decided to let it go. I see. Yushu nodded thoughtfully. Of course, I'm very compassionate. Jiang Wen nodded quickly after seeing that Yushu believed him. Oh, okay, but Jiang Wen bro, there's a big shark over there. I'll leave it to you. Yushu pointed at the sea. Wah! Jiang Wen looked in the direction Yushu was pointing at and almost jumped up. A shark that was even bigger than the previous one was swimming towards them. Judging from the size of its fin, it was several times bigger than the previous shark. Jiang Wen was dumbfounded. He really wanted to slap himself a few times. What kind of mouth was this? Why was it so effective? He had just casually mentioned it, and a bigger shark had come. He really didn't know what to do. Jiang Wen, what's wrong? Is this shark also a baby shark? Could it be a little shark with obesity? Yushu giggled. You're young, aren't you? Ah, of course not. Jiang Wen wanted to say what Yushu said, but since Yushu had already said it, it wouldn't be good if he repeated it. He laughed dryly. I think this shark must be related to the baby shark. They're family. This is a mother shark, and she's afraid that I'll kill the baby shark, so the old one came to protect it. If I kill the old one, then the baby shark won't have a mother anymore. It's so pitiful, so I've decided to let them go. Yao Yao sis, don't blame me. It's not that I don't want to give you shark meat. It's just that I'm too compassionate. Jiang Wen's words were full of loopholes, and even Ming Yao couldn't help but laugh. But Ming Yao was different from Yushu. She wouldn't expose Jiang Wen, only looking down on him in her heart. How could someone like this be called brave? Finally, after the two sharks circled the nearby waters, they did not find their target and swam away after finding nothing. Only then did Jiang Wen let out a breath of relief, his face a little awkward. He didn't know if Ming Yao believed him or not, but he couldn't tell from Ming Yao's expression at all. Ming Yao was still as calm and expressionless as ever. But just when Jiang Wen didn't know what to do, someone came to his rescue. It was Gang Lu. At this moment, Gang Lu was driving a Toyota off-road vehicle to the beach. He stopped the car and ran towards Jiang Wen with the abalone and shark meat he just bought from the supermarket. And bro, I bought everything according to your orders. The abalone is the highest grade of Hokkaido abalone. It's very precious, and the shark meat is very fresh. Gang Lu said as he handed the two big bags to Jiang Wen. Jiang Wen was overjoyed at the sight. Now that the seafood was here, he didn't need to go into the sea to fish it, and he didn't need to fight the shark. Gang Lu, good job. Jiang Wen took the bag with a smile. But the bag wasn't even in Jiang Wen's hands for a second before Yushu snatched it away. Jiang Wen, bro, you're a kind person. These abalones are alive. You can't bear to eat them, right? And the shark meat. You didn't even bear to kill sharks before, so you definitely wouldn't eat their meat. So, in order to prevent you from being a heartless person, leave this to us. You be the good guy, and we'll be the bad guy. Yushu said confidently, and Jiang Wen couldn't refute her at all. If he were to retort, then all that love and whatnot would be bullsh asterisk T. So, Jiang Wen could only swallow his pride and keep it to himself. This was delicious seafood, and Jiang Wen wanted to try it himself. But he didn't expect that because of what he said before, he wouldn't be able to. But the more it was like this, the more Jiang Wen couldn't say anything. He had to act like he didn't care and said calmly, naturally, I won't eat it. Who told me to be a kind person? Then I'll give it all to you. Jiang Wen's heart was bleeding. Fuck. He wouldn't have bragged if he knew this was going to happen. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? Forget it. He'd go back and eat the lamb skewers from yesterday. There was still a lot left, and it was enough. Chapter 1163. Leave nothing behind. Jiang Wen bro's so kind. He's probably a vegetarian, right? He still has some lamb skewers and stuff. We can share them with him. Can't we? We can't let him be so heartless. Xiao Xiao reminded. Why? Jiang Wen's eyes went wide, almost fainting from the rage. How was he supposed to live like this? Not only did he take the seafood, but he was also trying to kill them all, even the lamb skewers? All right, I forgot. Then let's go get them. Jiang Wen bro. Yushu slapped her forehead as realization dawned on her. Of course. Jiang Wen gave Yushu a smile that was uglier than a crying face, and so, a strange scene unfolded on the beach. Lin Yi, Ming Yao, Yushu, Tang Yun, and Xiao Xiao were all enjoying the barbecue together, while Jiang Wen, Tai Zhao, and Gang Lu stood at a distance, looking at them enviously. They wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Tai Zhao, what else do we have to eat? Jiang Wen asked bitterly. I've given out everything here. I wonder what else Gang Lu has. Tai Zhao turned to Gang Lu. I bought some canned beer from the supermarket, but we don't have any seafood left. We can't just eat beer, can we? Gang Lu shrugged with a bitter smile. Is there nothing else other than beer? Tai Zhao asked. There's still a few cups of instant noodles. Gang Lu said. Instant noodles are fine too. We'll just make do with it. There's an electric kettle in the car, right? Let's boil some water. Jiang Wen thought that it was better than nothing. It didn't feel good to be hungry. But there's no water, and bro? Gang Lu said weakly. Instant noodles need water, and there's only beer here. We can't just use beer for instant noodles, can we? Isn't there seawater? You idiot, why don't you just get some seawater and boil it? We can use it as seafood noodles. Jiang Wen pointed at the sea, furious. This Gang Lu really was an idiot. There's so much water in front of them, and he said there was no water? What kind of look was that? But the seawater is salty, Tai Zhao asked, confused. Wouldn't it be less salty if you added less seasoning? Jiang Wen glared. Thus, the three of them ate seafood noodles and drank beer. It was quite a unique experience. And bro, this noodles is pretty good. So fresh. Tai Zhao didn't have enough after one bowl and made another. Of course, don't you know who I am? Jiang Wen said proudly. Lin Yi and the others, on the other hand, were eating happily, especially Yushu and Xiao Xiao. Their mouths were covered in grease, and they looked like hungry ghosts coming back to life. Lin Yi, honey, try Xiao Xiao's abalone. It's super delicious. Xiao Xiao picked up an extremely large abalone, dipped it in seasoning, and put it next to Lin Yi's mouth. Okay. Lin Yi opened his mouth, his imagination running wild. Smiling, abalone? Delicious. On the other side, Yushu, naturally, didn't want to be outdone. She looked at Xiao Xiao with disdain. Abalone. Naturally, Yushu knew what it meant. It was often said on the forums. It used to be called abalone, but now it was called fungus, and so it didn't matter if Xiao Xiao was doing this on purpose or not. As her number one opponent, Yushu began to retaliate. She picked up a cup of milk tea and gave it to Lin Yi. Chill, bro, you're thirsty, right? Drink some of Shu's milk, huh? Lin Yi almost couldn't hold it in. These two were doing this on purpose, weren't they? Yes, it did seem like it. Lin Yi took the milk tea from Yushu's hands and took a sip. Jiang Wen's eyes went red as he watched Lin Yi's side eat so happily. That's our stuff, and Lin Yi took it. What a bully. Tai Zhao threw away the bowl in his hand. And bro, are we going to get revenge? Gang Lu asked carefully. Revenge? What revenge? Lin Yi's a mystic, and I'm not an idiot. The three of us aren't even enough to warm up for him. Jiang Wen knew his situation very well. This Lin Yi was a wolf in sheep's clothing. He'd been tricked a couple of times already, even losing his kidney. Of course we can't fight him head-on. Why don't we play some tricks? As Tai Zhao's number one strategist, Gang Lu was quite good at scheming. Tricks? You think you can win against Yushu and Xiao Xiao? Jiang Wen rolled his eyes. My balls are hurting right now. Gang Lu went silent. Going head-on didn't work, and playing dirty didn't work either. What else could he do? Gang Lu was right. Jiang Wen really didn't have any tricks up his sleeve right now. Before a new master arrived, Jiang Wen really didn't have anything he could rely on. Jiang Wen didn't want to get into a conflict with Lin Yi, but he wanted to use soft tactics to get on Ming Yao's good side. At noon, there were more and more tourists at the beach. This place wasn't a safe swimming area, but the environment was good. Many people who came to the beach for barbecue would choose this place. Of course, most people would leave after they were done barbecuing. Very few people would stay the night or swim here. They'd set up camp at the beach. After all, not many people were as brave as Lin Yi, not afraid of sharks. Driving a Q7 and a Land Cruiser to the beach to eat instant noodles? Which family's young masters are they from? Are they trying to act cool? I think they're probably rentals. Not necessarily. Look at how they use seawater to cook noodles. Maybe they have a special hobby. Maybe they just like that. Or maybe they got robbed. They took all the good food they brought, and now they can only eat instant noodles? The truth emperor appeared, but no one believed him. There's no robbery in this area. Why aren't we robbed? Someone retorted. Jiang Wen's face darkened when he heard the tourists talking about him. He stood up with a fierce face and looked at the crowd. What are you looking at? I like instant noodles. What's wrong with that? Seawater boiled noodles are called seafood noodles. Normal people can't even get to eat that. The crowd started snickering, and Jiang Wen got even angrier. But the law couldn't punish everyone, and he couldn't go looking for trouble one by one. Could he? He wouldn't be a match for them if they ganged up on him. With that thought, Jiang Wen could only swallow his anger. Let's go. Let's go. There was no point in staying here any longer. Meng Yao and the others would go back after eating. After all, no one would stay here for 2 nights straight. Chapter 1164. Chapter 1162, Xie Yufeng. Again, the 12th grade classes were quite tight, and Miss Shu and Tang Yin all had to go back and study. I'm so full. Yushu held her round belly as she laid on the beach, not willing to move. It's so delicious. That Gang Lu sure is a nice guy, buying so much good stuff. Xiao Xiao burped. She couldn't take it anymore. That's right. Meng Yao and Tang Yun, on the other hand, were more gentlemanly. They were the type who only tasted a little and wouldn't keep eating just because the food was delicious. Isn't that Lin Yi? There's also Meng Yao, Yu Shu, Tang Yun, and Xiao Xiao. A familiar voice rang out just as they were about to rest. Lin Yi raised his head, not expecting Xie Yufeng to be here. Lin Yi was a bit surprised to see Xie Yufeng here and now. Xie Yufeng? Your car is fixed? Lin Yi was already suspicious of Xie Yufeng's parentage. This guy hid his strength in front of him, so naturally, Lin Yi wouldn't be too close with him. His attitude towards Xie Yufeng had always been cold. Haha, it's just a car. I bought another one. Xie Yufeng's eyes flashed with hatred. If it weren't for Lin Yi, he wouldn't be the one giving money to someone else, but someone else giving him money. This damn guy, always appearing when he wanted to show his strength. Wasn't he just making things difficult for him? Originally, Xie Yufeng didn't want to greet Lin Yi today, but thinking of the heavy responsibility his family gave him, he had to investigate Lin Yi's background. He had to pretend to get close to Lin Yi, hoping to get some information from Lin Yi. From his observation, other than Meng Yao, Yu Shu, Tang Yun, and Xiao Xiao, Lin Yi didn't seem to have any contact with anyone else. This brat seems to be flirting with girls all day long. Meng Yao, Yu Shu, and Xiao Xiao's background were obvious to Yufeng. Other than Tang Yun, who was a commoner, all 3 of them had some background. However, all 3 of them got along very well with Lin Yi. It had to be said that Lin Yi was very powerful. If he didn't have a bit of skill, he wouldn't have been able to get the favor of these 3 girls. Could it be that Lin Yi was really a disciple of a hidden family, or even someone from an ancient sect? The more Yufeng interacted with Lin Yi, the more he couldn't figure out Lin Yi's background, so he didn't dare to act rashly. He was a prideful person, thinking that he could kill Lin Yi with one move, but after all these setbacks, he had calmed down. He was waiting for the Xiao family to make the first move. He didn't have much hope before, since the Xiao family had fallen to a certain point, and they couldn't even take care of themselves. How would they have the time to cause trouble for Lin Yi? But now, the Xiao family had the support of the Hidden House Pie, and the people Lin Yi injured were from the Hidden House Pie, so Yufeng didn't want to be the one to take the lead. Letting the Xiao family take the lead and kill Lin Yi would be the best. Even if they didn't kill Lin Yi, they would be able to find out more about Lin Yi's background. Yufeng, wasn't an idiot. He had a more important mission right now, and that was to hit on Lingshan. This was the genius girl of Hao Song, and she was very pretty. He heard that Hao Song's arts were very suitable for dual practicing, and once he got her in his bed, wouldn't his kung fu improve by leaps and bounds? He heard that the old man of Hao Song was a useless martial artist, yet he was forcefully pushed to the late phase of Golden Class. He was a genius, so wouldn't he be able to go straight to Earth Class? With that thought, Yufeng abandoned all his previous plans and gave up on the girl beside Lin Yi. This wasn't a joke. Lingshan was working in Songshan, and if she knew that he was hitting on girls in school, her impression of him would plummet. It wasn't uncommon for noble houses to have multiple wives and concubines, but there were some things that didn't matter. Plus, Xie Yufeng hadn't even gotten married yet, and he was already thinking about getting a concubine? That was a huge taboo, and so Yufeng calmed down and didn't target Lin Yi. He was just a little puzzled. Why wasn't the Xiao family making a move yet? What were they waiting for? Oh, do you have anything else? If not, we'll be leaving. Lin Yi looked at Yufeng. He didn't want to talk to him anymore. All right, you guys have fun. I'll be leaving. Yufeng nodded and turned around, his face a little dark. Yufeng came here today to check things out. He'd heard from his contacts in the Songzhan police station that Lingshan was on leave tomorrow and the day after. He wasn't surprised at all, since different departments had different rules when it came to holidays. It was normal for Lingshan to be on duty during the holidays. Yufeng planned to officially invite Lingshan over tomorrow, but he wasn't very familiar with the tourist attractions around Songzhan. In order to avoid a situation where he had to make a last-minute effort, he decided to come over first to check things out. So today, he drove around with Peng Hu and Song Ming, but didn't expect to bump into Lin Yi. Yufeng brought some barbecue ingredients today, planning to practice with Peng Hu and Song Ming. It was also a way to practice his barbecue skills. And so, after Yufeng came back from Lin Yi's place, the three sat on the ground, ready to start barbecuing. Lin Yi glanced at Yufeng and the others, not bothering with them. After resting for a bit, the five were about to leave when Lin Yi saw someone he didn't expect. Chun-Shi, the girl Lin Yi and Xiao Xiao met at the beef noodle shop. She was with an old man, picking up trash on the beach with a sack. This area was filled with people who came by themselves to barbecue and barbecue. The beer bottles and soft drinks were also thrown on the ground. There were even some rich people who didn't even want the iron skewers and grill from the mutton skewers. They just threw them on the beach and left. Therefore, every holiday and weekend, if one were to scavenge here, they would have a good harvest. Chun-Shi's harvest today was quite a lot. One could tell from her blushing face that she was very happy. But Lin Yi's eyes landed on the old man beside Chun-Shi, a mystic late phase peak spiritual practitioner. Lin Yi's eyes were about to fall out of their sockets. A mystic late phase peak spiritual practitioner coming out to pick up trash? Why was this world full of weird situations? Chapter 1165. Conflict and Lesson. Lin Yi wanted to observe this old man for a bit. Just what was going on with him? Chun-Shi and the old man shuttled past the tourists barbecuing on the beach, picking up the beverage cans and beer bottles that they threw around. Many people looked at them with disgust and disdain. Of course, Chun-Shi didn't notice Lin Yi. She probably didn't have time to pay attention to other people. Her attention was all on the bottles. Soon, Chun-Shi walked to Yufeng's side. Just like before, she picked up a beer can beside Yufeng, but after picking it up, she realized something was wrong. There was still beer in the beer bar. It wasn't empty. Chun-Shi quickly put it down, but her actions were clearly seen by Xie Yufeng. Yufeng was furious and pointed at Chun-Shi. "Little bitch, what are you doing?" "I'm sorry. I thought it was an empty can." Chun-Shi quickly apologized to Yufeng. This had happened before, but Chun-Shi could only swallow it. After all, she was here to pick up trash, so it was her responsibility. Some tourists were unreasonable, but Chun-Shi couldn't do anything about it. Sorry? Sorry is enough? Fuck, I'm so unlucky. Yufeng was happily eating a mouthful of meat and a mouthful of beer, but Chun-Shi almost took the beer away. Although he put it down in the end, looking at Chun-Shi's dirty face, could the beer still be drinkable after she touched it? With that in mind, Yufeng picked up the half-empty can of beer that Chun-Shi touched and threw it at Chun-Shi, causing the beer to spill all over Chun-Shi's body. The old man beside Chun-Shi wasn't spared either. He was also drenched in beer. "Kid, you should forgive people when you can. Don't you think you're going a bit too far?" The old man frowned as well. He didn't think that Yufeng would be this arrogant. He'd had some conflicts with other people when he was picking up trash, but they just scolded him a little and let it go. Yufeng didn't do this, pouring beer all over other people's bodies. Too far? Old man, let me tell you, if she wasn't a little girl, I'd have slapped her in the face if it were you. This was already considered light. What the hell was that? How dare you meddle in other people's business? Xie Yufeng was humiliated by Lin Yi, and then he was beaten up by Iron Fist Wu and extorted a large sum of money from him. Naturally, he was in a bad mood. He wanted to find someone to vent his anger on, and these two scavengers came to him. Chun, she was indeed very pretty, on par with Ming Yao and the others, but she was wearing tattered clothes and a straw hat, which made her look less attractive. What was Xie Yufeng's background as well? The young master House Yu. In his eyes, people like Chun, she were the lowest of the low. So what if she was pretty? Even if it looked good, he wouldn't bother to do it for free. He felt that it would be a loss of face. If people knew that he, the young master of House Yu, had a girl that picked up trash, wouldn't he be the laughing stock of the other houses? So Xie Yufeng didn't care about the fair sex. He just wanted to use this as an excuse to vent his anger. I was going to let this go, but since you're meddling in other people's business, I've changed my mind. Kneel down and kowtow to me, and I'll let this go. Otherwise, I'll call the police and arrest you. Xie Yufeng felt much better after saying this. The anger that he had been holding in for so many days was finally released. During this period of time, he was simply too aggrieved, almost suffocating to death. He was the young master of House Yu, and he hadn't even achieved anything yet. How much had he suffered? He couldn't do anything to Linny for now, but this old scavenger dared to talk to him like this? Did he really think that he was a tiger that got bullied by a dog? Call the police? It's not like we're breaking the law. What right do you have to arrest us? She looked at Xie Yufeng, unconvinced. She had already apologized, but this guy didn't let it go. He even asked Grandpa Zhu to kneel. Damn it, picking up trash? You stole my beer. Did you think I didn't see it? My two friends here are witnesses, and they can see it clearly. And I'm not afraid to tell you that my fiancée is a police. Do you think she'll believe me, or you? Xie Yufeng said proudly. At this point, he had already treated Lingshan as his fiancée. As far as Xie Yufeng was concerned, this was a marriage between two families, and House Song must have notified Lingshan already. Although the two houses weren't officially engaged, the two heads of the houses had discussed it, and it was basically set in stone. There wouldn't be any problems. Next, it would be a matter of whether or not the two of them got along well. As long as the two didn't have too big of a conflict and got along well, the next step would be to discuss the marriage. Unless the two of them didn't see eye to eye with each other, or if there was a bigger conflict, they would consider it. Of course, in many cases, for the sake of face, even if the two of them didn't get along, they would still force the marriage for the sake of the big picture. After all, it was already decided, and if they broke up because of some reason, it wouldn't look good. Grandpa Zhu's eyes flashed coldly. As a mystic late-phase peak spiritual practitioner, he wouldn't have come out to pick up trash if he wasn't asked by the head of the house. But this little young master actually wanted him to kneel down. How could he take it? Yufeng's arrogant attitude had triggered Grandpa Zhu's murderous intent. He decided to teach this arrogant bastard a lesson. If he wasn't afraid of trouble, he would have killed him on the spot. Good, very good. Grandpa Zhu didn't get angry, but smiled instead. He reached out to pat Yufeng's body. It looked like he was patting Yufeng's shoulder, but it was actually filled with killing intent. A mystic peak like Grandpa Zhu had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. What he wanted to do was to pour his pure qi into Yufeng's body. Yufeng might be fine right now, but this pure qi would stay in his body for a long time to come, causing him pain all over his body and tormenting him. Of course, this was only for normal people. To a master, this little bit of qi could be refined. Lin, he often used these kinds of tricks, but Lin, he was much better than Grandpa Zhu. Chapter 1166. They were all hidden, so for normal practitioners, this move could only transfer a limited amount of qi. But Lin Yi was different. Lin Yi could compress qi, which meant that in the same amount of time, Lin Yi could transfer more qi. So the effect of Lin Yi's move was much higher than Grandpa Zhu's. Lin Yi's move could even deal with high-level practitioners. You can refine a little bit of qi, but I'll give you a lot of it. Let's see how you refine it. Even if you can, it's not something that can be done in a day, and if you refine too much of it, you might even go crazy. Wasn't Yao Wang in the same situation? His entire body was covered in needles, and under each needle was the compressed energy sealed by Lin Yi. Unless Yao Wang used all his strength to refine it bit by bit, or he had some miraculous medicine, or he had the help of a master, but Yao Wang didn't have any of that right now. He could only endure the needles every day. He was angry, but there was nothing he could do. But what Grandpa Zhu didn't expect was that when he reached out to transfer the energy into Xie Yufeng's body, an accident happened. Xie Yufeng dodged Grandpa Zhu's palm effortlessly, tilting his body to the side. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Mystic late phase peak. Mystic early phase peak. Grandpa Zhu paused as well. He wanted to teach Xie Yufeng a lesson, but he didn't expect this person to be a master as well. Wasn't this a bit too dramatic? He was just picking up trash at the beach, and he met a mystic class master? Grandpa Zhu was surprised at Xie Yufeng's age, but he was also worried. It wasn't that he was afraid of Xie Yufeng's strength, but that his identity would be exposed. All these years, he'd been following the orders of the head of the house, staying by Chun Shi and her mother's side. He'd never made a single mistake, but now something like this happened. Luckily, Chun Shi didn't understand the division of strength in the martial world, and she wouldn't understand what Xie Yufeng meant. With that thought, Grandpa Zhu calmed down. Young man, apologize to us, and we'll let this matter go. Otherwise, since the other party already knew his strength, there was no need for Grandpa Zhu to speak softly. He directly threatened him in a cold voice. Apologize? Which family are you from? Yufeng wasn't afraid at all. He stared at the old man, thinking that this old man must belong to some family. As long as he said that he was from House Yu, this old man wouldn't dare do anything to him. Which family are you from? Grandpa Zhu frowned. I'm for House Yu. Yufeng said proudly. If you know what's good for you, then scram. Don't get in my way, or else House Yu? Which House Yu? Grandpa Zhu asked indifferently. House Yu, haven't you heard of them? The head of the 9 noble houses. Xie Yufeng I thought it was the hidden House Yu, but it's just the common House Yu. Grandpa Zhu said faintly. Since you don't want to apologize, take this. With that, Grandpa Zhu was about to slap him. However, before Grandpa Zhu could slap him, he heard a voice shouting, Wait a minute. Linny, why are you here? Yufeng gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Master Lin was here again. Yufeng almost spat out blood when he heard this voice. It was already hard enough for him to fight a mystic late phase peak with his early phase peak strength, but Lin Yi suddenly appeared. He had no choice but to hide his strength. Wasn't he just waiting for a beating? But the one who was the most depressed wasn't Yufeng, but Grandpa Zhu. When he heard Yufeng call out Lin Yi's name, he was shocked and quickly retracted his chi. After this period of investigation, he already knew who this Lin Yi Chun Shi was. He was just thinking about how to stop Lin Yi from causing trouble, but before he could think of anything, he ran into Lin Yi. The reason why Lin Yi appeared at this time was to test this Grandpa Zhu who was with Chun Shi. As far as Lin Yi was concerned, a mystic late phase peak master hiding by Chun Shi's side was something unimaginable. A mystic coming out to pick up trash? Unless he had some sort of special hobby, or he was crazy. Of course, this Grandpa Zhu didn't look crazy, but it didn't make sense to say that it was a hobby. Lin Yi had never heard of a master with this hobby, unless there was a purpose. With that thought, Lin Yi's eyes focused and walked over. It's nothing. I know this girl, so I'm asking for mercy on her behalf. Let's just forget about this. Lin Yi pointed at Chun Shi, saying that he was asking for mercy. But in fact, he was using an unquestionable tone, making Yufeng unable to refute. Yufeng knew that this wasn't the time to be enemies with Lin Yi, and he had to give face to Lin Yi, so he took the chance and said, Since you're Lin classmate's friend, then let's forget about this. Okay, you guys continue, Lin Yi said as he pulled Chun Shi to the side. The meaning behind his words was clear. He knew this little girl, but he didn't know this old man. You can continue with this old man. Yufeng paused, but he could clearly feel that the old man in front of him also retracted his chi. This made Yufeng confused. He was afraid that Lin Yi would see through his strength, But this old man was also afraid that Lin Yi would see through his strength. Otherwise, why would he hide his strength the moment Lin Yi came? Grandpa Zhu retracted his gaze and walked towards Lin Yi and Chun Shi, not talking to Yufeng anymore. At this moment, Yufeng was even more certain of his suspicion. This old man was definitely afraid of his strength being exposed. Otherwise, why did this old thing act as if nothing had happened just now when he was still clamoring that he would let him take a slap from him? Yufeng analyzed and came to a conclusion. This old man and Lin, he had some sort of secret, just like him. As if he was on steroids, he got excited and pointed at Grandpa Zhu. Old man, don't go. Didn't you want to hit me? Take a slap from me first. As soon as he finished, he raised his fist and punched the old man's back. Chapter 1167. Chapter 1165. Stupid or Genius. Yufeng was overjoyed as soon as his fist hit the target. As expected, his guess was right. This old man was the same as him, hiding something. He was hiding his strength as well. At the thought of this, Xie Yufeng raised his fist and punched again and again. Without Qi, Yufeng could still teach this old man a lesson. Grandpa Zhu was stronger than Yufeng, but under the situation where neither of them used Qi, Yufeng had the upper hand. Yufeng was a young man, so he had the upper hand in terms of stamina. Qi aside, Yufeng's physique was far stronger than an old man's, and so Yufeng started beating the old man up. She didn't think that Yufeng would start beating people up in the blink of an eye. She jumped in shock, seeing Lin Yi's surprise and joy. Chun-Shi's face turned to worry. Big brother, don't you know that person? Can you stop him from beating Grandpa Zhu? My words might not work. Your Grandpa Zhu was so cocky that he wanted to slap him. He was the one who provoked him. I couldn't do anything about it. Lin Yi said helplessly. But it looks like your Grandpa Zhu has a trump card. He won't get hurt. It'll be fine. Chun-Shi didn't really understand what Lin Yi was saying, but Lin Yi's words did make sense. Grandpa Zhu did provoke him first, didn't he? Grandpa Zhu almost spat out blood after hearing Lin Yi's words. If you didn't come, wouldn't I have beaten him up? Why did you come here if you had nothing to do? But Grandpa Zhu felt wronged, and he couldn't say it out loud. Yufeng's fists rained down on Grandpa Zhu's face, beating him up. But Grandpa Zhu also noticed a problem. Yufeng didn't seem to be using Qi at all. If Yufeng was afraid of hurting him and didn't use Qi after seeing him retract his Qi, Grandpa Zhu wouldn't believe it. Yufeng wasn't that kind of person. The only possibility was that the kid was afraid of Lin Yi. It seemed like he did not dare to use his true Qi. Thinking of this, Grandpa Zhu let out a sigh of relief. In this way, no matter how he hit, it would only be superficial wounds. He wouldn't be able to hurt his tendons and bones. He would endure it for now. When Lin Yi left, he would come back for revenge. Xie Yufeng, right? Just you wait. If I don't send you to the hospital today, my surname isn't Zhu. Of course, Grandpa Zhu didn't dare to kill Xie Yufeng. After all, he was from the common world's house. What if he caused trouble for the head of the house? Lin Yi wanted Yufeng to test Grandpa Zhu, but seeing that Grandpa Zhu wasn't even fighting back, he was sure that this guy was hiding his strength on purpose, not wanting him to find out. Then there must be something wrong with this person. After all, when Lin Yi came to mediate, it was understandable that Grandpa Zhu withdrew his true Qi. But now, it seemed that he had been guarding against Lin Yi all along. Chun-Shi, how's your mom? Lin Yi turned to Chun-Shi. She's a lot better after drinking the medicine. Chun-Shi's eyes flashed with happiness when she mentioned her mom. Her mom's condition was improving, and this was her biggest wish. Thank you, Lin Yi bro. Haha, it's nothing. Lin Yi looked at Grandpa Zhu deeply, but he couldn't ask Chun-Shi face to face right now. He'd have to wait for a chance later. Xiao saw Chun-Shi and quickly walked over. Chun-Shi saw her and greeted her. Xiao sis. After the greeting, Chun-Shi's eyes turned back to Yufeng and Grandpa Zhu. Yufeng evidently didn't plan on letting Grandpa Zhu go. He was pissed off. He'd been holding it in for too long, hiding his strength and getting beaten up by people who weren't as strong as him. But now, Yufeng was finally feeling good. Old thing, you're hiding your strength too? Don't you feel good getting beaten up by someone who's weaker than you? But it didn't matter if Grandpa Zhu felt good or not. Yufeng felt really good. It was a sense of accomplishment that he'd been holding back for so long. Now, he felt like he'd swapped roles with the person who bullied him. This old man was probably feeling the same way he was before, right? He couldn't use his strength. Waha! Yufeng was getting more and more excited as he fought. He wanted to return all the pain he'd been through to this old man. Xiao, let's go. Lin, you didn't want to stay any longer. It didn't matter who this old man was, or if he was good or bad. At least he wasn't hostile towards Chun-Shi right now. Lin, he didn't have to worry about Chun-Shi being in danger. He believed that once he left, the situation would change. Yufeng would go from being the one hitting people to being hit. Lin, why didn't you stop, Yufeng? Xiao paused. She didn't expect Lin to just leave like that. She was confused. Let's go back. Lin gave Xiao a look and pulled her back. Xiao didn't understand what Lin meant, but with Lin Yi's intelligence, there had to be a reason. She didn't say anything and just looked at Chun-Shi before leaving with Lin Yi. On the other side, Meng Yao, Yu Shu, and Tang Yun didn't like Yufeng beating up an old man, but what surprised them was that Lin Yi didn't care at all. Meng Yao wanted to say something, but Yu Shu looked at Grandpa Zhu and then at Yufeng. She pulled Meng Yao. Yao, shield bros in the car. Let's go. I want to go home. Tang Yun wanted to say something as well, but seeing that Xiao didn't say anything, she didn't either and got in the car. It wasn't until Lin Yi started the car and drove away that Xiao spoke her mind. Lin Yi, honey, why did you let Yufeng beat up that old man? Is that so? If Yufeng really wanted to, the old man would have been dead already. Lin Yi smiled. Xiao blinked, not understanding what Lin Yi meant. Yu Shu, on the other hand, slapped her forehead. That old man is a master too, but he probably hid his strength in front of Shield Bro. Lin Yi looked back at Shu, a little surprised. He didn't expect her to be right. Chapter 1168. The situation reversed Lin. He didn't know the reason behind it, but since Yu Shu didn't want to talk about it, Lin Yi wouldn't proactively ask. After all, it might be related to other people's privacy. Yu Shu's words made Xiao pause. She felt that the old man was a bit suspicious, but she didn't think that he was hiding his strength. But now that Yu Shu said it, it made sense. Before Lin Yi walked over, the old man did force Yufeng to apologize. If it was a normal trash picker, the first thing they would do in front of an arrogant young master like this would be to apologize over and over again. They wouldn't even have the intention to fight back, right? But this old man did, and he was very calm, as if he was very powerful. But after Lin Yi walked over, the situation flipped. The old man withered instantly, turning around and leaving without saying a word. This proved that although the old man was withered, he was still a person with strength. He still had his pride. So even if he left, he wouldn't say anything soft. Tang Yun and Meng Yao, on the other hand, remembered that Yufeng purposely hid his strength in front of Lin Yi and got beaten up by those gangsters. Could it be that today's incident was the same as well? Lin Yi smiled and stopped the car not far away. Shu's right, but right now, it's probably that old man beating Yufeng up, right? Shu brought a complete set of equipment this time. She even brought binoculars with her. So they took out the binoculars from the trunk and looked at the beach. Sure enough, they saw a shocking scene. Yufeng was having so much fun beating him up that he didn't even notice that Lin Yi had left. He finally found the balance in his heart, and all the frustration he had accumulated over the past few days was finally released. So what if you're a mystic late phase peak? Didn't you still get beaten up by me, a mystic early phase peak? And I didn't even use a bit of chi. I was using my bare fist to beat you up. But it didn't take long for Yufeng to feel as if he was punching a metal block. The next moment, Yufeng realized that the old man was gathering his chi again, and this time, the old man went berserk and sent a palm towards Yufeng. Yufeng was shocked. He didn't expect the old man to reveal his true strength after hiding it for so long. What was going on? Did he not want to hide anymore? Yufeng looked around subconsciously. Where was Lin Yi? Lin Yi had already left. The next moment, beads of cold sweat formed on Yufeng's forehead. Why did Lin Yi leave? I haven't had enough yet. Even if you're leaving, you should at least let me know, right? I'll go with you. Now that you're gone, this old man will recover his strength. Isn't this a trap for me? Yufeng wanted to run, but before he could do so, he was heavily injured by Grandpa Zhu. Yufeng screamed and subconsciously channeled his chi, but he was only a peak early phase mystic class. How could he be a match for a peak late phase mystic class? There was a difference of a few levels between them. This Grandpa Zhu didn't want to kill Yufeng, and so it became a one-sided abuse. Old Zhu almost went crazy with anger. You're just a peak early phase mystic class and you dare hit me? If it weren't for the fact that I was afraid of being discovered by Lin Yi, I would have sent you to the hospital already. You didn't beg for mercy, and you still dare to do this to me? And so, now that the tables had turned, how could old Zhu let Yufeng go? If he didn't send Yufeng to the hospital, his surname wasn't Zhu. Chun Shi, who was watching from the sidelines, was dumbfounded. What was going on? Grandpa Zhu, who was just getting beaten up, suddenly turned from the one being beaten to the one being beaten up? Wasn't this change a little too fast? Little bastard, didn't you beat me up? Aren't you fierce? Let's see if you can still do it now. Old Zhu was infuriated. You're just a disciple of the common world's house you, and you're acting like this? If you're stronger than me, then I won't say anything if you beat me up. It'll be my bad luck. But you're so weak, and you're still acting like this? Do you want to die? Spare me, Grandpa. Spare me, I was wrong. Yufeng gave in immediately, not even thinking of fighting back. He was a mystic class, but he was only a peak early phase mystic class, while old Zhu was a peak late phase mystic class. The difference was too big, and Yufeng didn't dare fight back. If it was Lin Yi, he could rely on his practitioner's arts and pure chi to fight against Yufeng. But Yufeng's strength came from the accumulation of elixirs and elixirs. As a direct descendant of House Yu, he was naturally the focus of the family's nurturing, and so his martial arts were mostly accelerated. He lacked battle experience, so how could he be an opponent for an old man like old Zhu? It was wise of him not to fight back, but if he did, he'd be in a worse state. Right now, Yufeng was using his chi to protect his vitals, and old Zhu didn't want to kill him. Yufeng looked like he was heavily injured, but his meridians weren't damaged. Only his bones and tendons were injured. He'd be fine after lying in the hospital for a while. Yufeng didn't think that he'd be so unlucky today. As expected, seeing Lin Yi was his unlucky day. The Miss Shu, Tang Yun, and Xiao Xiao exchanged binoculars as they looked at Yufeng's pitiful state. They couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Yi was right. The one getting beaten up was Yufeng. After beating Yufeng up, old Zhu was afraid that the police would come. So he turned around and pulled the shocked Chunxi away, quickly leaving the scene. Yufeng's two followers, Peng Hu and Song Ming, naturally didn't dare block their way. They weren't old Zhu's opponents, so it didn't matter if they left. The most important thing was to get Yufeng to the hospital. It seemed like Yufeng's injuries weren't light, and if they were late, he'd be in danger. Old Zhu wasn't afraid of anything, and he didn't believe that Yufeng would call the police. Young masters of noble houses rarely called the police, and Yufeng was hiding his strength, so he couldn't tell anyone about it. With his strength, he didn't need to worry about it being exposed. If Yufeng revealed it, then it was the same as revealing his true strength. He didn't know why Yufeng was hiding it, but old Zhu didn't need to know, as long as he knew he was fine. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.